Chapter 264. After returning from the sand region, Yin Zhaoge had asked Ahu to search for some things. Currently, the manpower and resources that Yin Zhaoge could mobilize had long since been no longer limited to the Yin family. The resources of the entire Broadcreed Mountain could also be mobilized by Yin Zhaoge in large amounts. Now, Yin Zhaoge's work could also be considered to be the center of attention, with quite a few people staring at him. Not mentioning the numerous major matters that he had previously accomplished, just the fact that Yin Zhaoge was a martial scholar and a disciple of the younger generation, being able to freely use most of the resources of Broadcreed Mountain. Such authority was enough to draw the attention of the outside world, wanting to see what exactly he could do. After all, in all under the heavens, how many youngsters could possess such authority? It was not without reason that others were increasingly disregarding Yin Zhaoge's age and seniority. His many great deeds and the authority he possessed had long since been incomparable to those of the same age and generation. Many people were staring at his every move, trying to analyze it. Yin Zhaoge was well aware of this. Therefore, he had instructed Ahu to search for more than 10 times the number and variety of things that he truly needed. This was all for the purpose of confusing and concealing himself. The few things that Ahu had handed over were what he truly wanted. The other things might not be useless, but they were not urgently needed and could only be temporarily kept in reserve. Holding that longbow, Yin Zhaoge lightly pulled the bowstring, drawing it back, able to feel the abundant spiritual qi and power within. However, wanting to wield this treasure as he pleased, Yin Zhaoge currently still lacked the strength to wield its power, because this was a mid-grade spirit artifact. Wanting to completely wield the power of a mid-grade spirit artifact, one had to be an essence spirit martial grandmaster. Spirit vessel martial grandmasters could only wield a portion of its power, while martial scholars could not. Yin Zhaoge plucked at the bowstring, pondering as he asked, unable to find a high-grade spirit artifact bow. Ahu scratched his head. Young master. Currently, the only high-grade spirit artifact bows that we know of are the Sacred Sun Clan's Shooting Sun and the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Heaven Shocker. Even if Jade Sea City, Turbid Wave Pavilion, and Infinite Boundless Mountain have them, we can also try to borrow them. If Shooting Sun and Heaven Shocker, I really can't think of anything else. If you want to steal or rob, my cultivation is still too low. Ahu looked at the bow in Yin Zhaoge's hands. In the lands of the Heaven Domain, the best bow that can be found is this Sky Speed. I also know this, Yin Zhaoge nodded. A mid-grade spirit artifact is actually already sufficient. It's just that the better the bow, the higher the chance. While he was temporarily unable to wield this high-speed bow, Yin Zhaoge was not in a rush as he placed it by the side, beginning to inspect other things. After inspecting all of the items one by one, Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It is only because of Broadcreed Mountain's great assets that they could prepare everything within such a short period of time. I'm afraid it won't be that fast. Yin Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace once more. From within, a low, stable sound could be heard, clearly still in the midst of circulating. Lightly tapping on the internal crystal furnace, Yin Zhaoge opened the lid of the furnace, brilliant light instantly gushing out. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, patting the body of the furnace. Instantly, a purple light flew out from within, landing before Yin Zhaoge. It was precisely a dark green bamboo branch. Originally placed within the internal crystal furnace along with this bamboo branch were the incinerating light sword, the vapor sealing sword, and the purple gold thunder sword, the 3 low-grade spirit artifacts. Now, they had long since disappeared. Meanwhile, that bamboo branch actually seemed to have grown quite a bit, the bamboo segment having now become 2 segments. Yin Zhaoge reached out and grasped the bamboo branch. He first kept it, then guided it with his aura qi, the many treasures that he had inspected earlier all falling into the internal crystal furnace together. Next, Yin Zhaoge closed the lid of the furnace, his hands simultaneously striking the 2 sides of the internal crystal furnace. The surface of the internal crystal furnace glowed with a myriad of colors. It began circulating mightily once more. Yin Zhaoga's gaze was calm as he silently gazed at the internal crystal furnace, his hands rhythmically striking the internal crystal furnace with a strange rhythm, causing the circulation of this furnace to always be under his control, moving according to his thoughts. Time slowly passed. Regardless of whether the outside world was turbulent or turbulent, Yin Zhaoga remained within his own world, quietly controlling the internal crystal furnace to concoct the things that he wanted. It had already been some time since Yin Di had temporarily assumed the position of chief. After Broad Creed Mountain had passed smoothly and everything had stabilized on the right track, the old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had finally officially decided to enter secluded cultivation. With Yuan Zhengfeng in seclusion, the matters on Yin Zhaoga's hands finally came to an end for the time being. The internal crystal furnace temporarily halted its circulation, its lid opening. Yin Zhaoga guided it, and 3 black shadows flew out from within. The 3 black shadows simultaneously landed within Yin Zhaoga's hands. They were 3 jet-black arrows, flickering with a faint golden light, each of them around a meter long. Carefully observing the arrowheads before his eyes, Yin Zhaoga saw that the sharpness of the arrowheads flickered unceasingly. They did not look sharp at all, instead appearing rather illusory as they flickered. The arrowheads of the 3 jet-black arrows seemed to be unceasingly changing between being real and illusory. Narrowing his eyes, Yin Zhaoga appraised them for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The first step is a success, but it still needs some polishing. Sticking his head over from the side, Ahu asked curiously, "Young master, what is this?" "Devil-shattering arrow," Yin Zhaoga answered casually. Ahu scratched his big head. "Something specially used to deal with the devilish domain grand formation?" Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly, not replying as he closed the internal crystal furnace, first placing it back into his shadow, shrinking pouch along with the arrows before asking, "Grandmaster is entering seclusion today?" Ahu's expression turned somewhat solemn. "Yes, young master." Yin Zhaoga nodded, striding out first. Ahu followed behind him, the two arriving at the back mountains together. The so-called back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain generally referred to the 3 mountains, Water Ridge Peak, Converting Lake Peak, and Gentle Wind Peak. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was formed of a total of 8 mountain peaks, all of them smooth as mirrors, their surface areas vast. They were all not naturally formed, instead having been carved out by experts of the clan that year after their original peaks had been shaved off. The 8 great mountains began from the earth and ended in the heavens. The highest heaven-rising peak was Broad Creed Mountain's main peak. Of the latter 3 mountains, Gentle Wind Peak was free to enter and leave, and many Broad Creed Mountain disciples were active there. Water Ridge Peak and Converting Lake Peak, however, were both forbidden grounds. Beneath the former was Broad Creed Mountain's #1 danger ground, the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, while the latter was the secluded cultivation ground of Broad Creed Mountain's peak experts. In the past, the founder of Broad Creed Mountain, the heaven-establishing old man Xiao Yuan, had entered secluded cultivation here. The exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga, invincible amongst the 8 extremities world, had also entered secluded cultivation here. The heaven diviner Zhan Shilo, who had led Broad Creed Mountain through its darkest years, had also entered secluded cultivation here. Now, it was Yuan Zhengfeng's turn. Looking at the people before him, the old man smiled. This old man's departure this time will be hard to predict, and it is also hard to predict how long it will take. Broad Creed Mountain will be in your hands. Yin Di and the others said, "We will do our best." Standing at the back of the crowd, Yin Zhaoga also bowed towards Yuan Zhengfeng from afar, watching as his grandmaster entered secluded cultivation. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly today. To be continued. Chapter 265. After watching Yuan Zhengfeng enter seclusion, Yin Zhaoga left, exiting Converting Lake Peak and returning to his lodgings. Along the way, he saw a figure standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Yin Zhaoga greeted him. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you finally returned? Has Suzhou City completed the handover?" That person was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was straightforward and upright. It was precisely Xue Fei. Brother Fei. Ahu greeted them as well. Xue Fei nodded. Zhaoga, Hu Ting. Yin Zhaoga led Xue Fei to his lodgings. After they had taken their seats, Xue Fei went straight to the point and asked, Zhaoga, although you are currently still a martial scholar, you have already broken through 2 great devilish formations and have also interacted with many fallen practitioners. Currently, in our sect, I feel that you should be one of the few people who understand the 9 underworld's demons, the demon domain, the decimating abyss, and the fallen evils the most. The reason I came here today is because I have something to ask of you. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoga fell silent for a moment before saying, Does Senior Apprentice Brother Su want to ask, is it possible for fallen practitioners to regain their human form? Xue Fei nodded slowly. Perhaps it's an extravagant hope, but if there's a glimmer of hope, and that person is really Senior Brother Shi, then I want to give it a try. Yin Zhaoga also didn't play dumb with Su Fei, Senior Apprentice Brother Su. To be honest, I also hope that Senior Apprentice Brother Shi Songtao will be able to realize his error and mend his ways. However, it's a pity that from what I currently know, after a person comes into contact with devilish qi and completes their internal and external connection, their thoughts manifesting externally into reality, completely falling to the dark side, there is no way for them to regain their human form. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. I dare not say that there is no way, but based on what I know, I have no way. The two had a close relationship, and Xue Fei was a straightforward person who was also sufficiently resolute in his beliefs. Therefore, Yin Zhaoga was not afraid of telling him everything in a straightforward manner. Sure enough, when Xue Fei heard it, he sighed softly. I'm just holding on to a sliver of hope. But if it's you, Zhaoga, there's nothing you can do. I'm afraid it's really hard to say. Yin Zhaoga said softly, For all those who have fallen to the dark side, the one who makes the final decision is always themselves. After falling to the dark side, humans are no longer humans. Instead, it's the netherworld evil demons, another kind of existence in this world, or you could say that they're another kind of life form. Although the fallen evils have memories of their previous lives, the 9 netherworld evil demons kill people just like how we slaughter cows, goats, chickens, and ducks. To them, the feeling is more or less the same. The memories of their past lives are more like the memories of their past lives after reincarnation. Yin Zhaoga shook his head. If possible, we all hope that Senior Apprentice Brother Shi can turn back, but is he himself willing? Of course, all of this is based on the premise that the masked man who tried to assassinate us is really Senior Brother Shi. Hearing Yin Zhaoga's question, Xue Fei silently removed the wineskin by his waist. Instead of drinking heartily like he used to, he sipped slowly. He said slowly, I understand what you're saying. Yin Zhaoga was silent for a moment before asking, We don't know whether Senior Apprentice Brother Shi currently has any lives on his hands. Even if the people he killed weren't from our sect, you and I both know that as humans, killing is a very important thing. It's completely different from killing people as demons of the netherworld. Yin Zhaoga looked at Xue Fei. In these few exchanges, we can feel that assassin. Although he doesn't use the martial arts he's most proficient in, his killing intent and killing intent are all biting cold to the extreme. He really wants to put us to death. Although we currently don't have a way to let the fallen evils regain their human form, it's not that we can't first capture them alive, then slowly find a way. But you and I both know, the difficulty of killing an opponent is completely different from the difficulty of capturing one alive, especially when it's an opponent who may not be weaker than us. When 2 people of similar strength fight, victory or defeat, life or death, is often decided in an instant. Hearing this, Xue Fei didn't say anything, but also nodded. Yin Zhaoga continued, I have the stone pillar from the great western desert to suppress my opponent, so I have confidence in one-on-one. But what about you, Senior Apprentice Brother Xue? Being able to capture him alive would naturally be the best, but are you prepared to risk being killed by him and still preserve his life? Xue Fei's gaze didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he calmly said, That's right. If this person really is Senior Apprentice Brother Shi, this is what I plan to do. If he really has already committed too many crimes, I won't be biased. But before that, I have to try hard. Xue Fei stood up, saying, I have no parents and was raised by master from young, growing up together with Brother Tao. Even if I have to take the risk myself, I don't care. Yin Zhaoga sighed, similarly standing up. Right now, we still can't confirm that masked person's identity. If we meet again, it's best if you don't treat him as senior apprentice Brother Sure, or it will be very dangerous. If he doesn't use his original martial arts, only using the dark light killing art, he won't be your match. However, if you show mercy in all aspects, the one who will lose will very likely be you. The dark light killing art, this martial art, possesses great explosive power and is also a martial art that purely kills people. Xue Fei nodded. Rest assured, I will pay attention to the bare minimum. If someone wants to impersonate senior apprentice Brother Sure and scheme against me, I will take good care of him. Yin Zhaoga said, if you think this way, that's naturally for the best. After sending Xue Fei out, Yin Zhaoga raised his head and looked at the sunlight that penetrated through the leaves of the forest, saying, with Grand Master in secluded cultivation this time, hidden tides are surging in the outside world. If our clan passes through this, the situation will be even better. But this bottleneck will not be easy to pass. Xue Fei also halted, standing alongside Yin Zhaoga, similarly raising his head and appraising the mottled sunlight. While Grandmaster's chances of success are uncertain, and if he fails, there is still the risk of him perishing. The Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not just wait for the results calmly. Especially if the Sacred Sun Clan's Huang Guanglia leaves seclusion successfully, the Sacred Sun Clan will definitely directly step into the Heaven Domain, heading straight for our clan. The Decimating Abyss may also make a comeback. Others aside, at the very least, they still have the Scaly Dragon King, Sima Chui, a late Essence Talisman martial grandmaster expert. Also, Xue Fei frowned. His status was similarly already not something that ordinary disciples of the same generation could compare to. Perhaps his authority in mobilizing resources and manpower could not compare to Yin Zhaoga's. But he could also come into contact with much information that ordinary martial practitioners of the same generation did not know. Yin Zhaoga directly continued his words. Also, there's still one person that we have to guard against. Exchanging glances, the two said simultaneously, the Devil's Saint, Yuan Tian, one of the current 6 martial saints of the 8 extremities world, a peak existence amongst solitary practitioners. The Devil's Saint Yuan Tian just so happened to be related to the Decimating Abyss and the 9 underworlds. After the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, having prevented the Great Sun Heaven-measuring ruler from reinforcing Clear Concealed Lake, Yuan Tian had disappeared without a trace, but no one dared to think that this was a coincidence. This person's destructive power was far from what the likes of Sima Chui could compare to. Or perhaps it should be said that up till now, all the known Decimating Abyss martial practitioners added together would still not be enough to be beaten by this person with a single hand. To be continued. Chapter 266. Leader, member, ally, or perhaps he helped out of favor? Su Fei asked. It could even be that Yuan Tian did it on his own accord. However, no matter what the reason is, we must be on guard against Yuan Tian. We must include him in our upcoming plans. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga nodded. The Devil's Saint Yuan Tian is indeed a problem. We need to be wary of him. Su Fei said, Zhaoga, you have to be careful from now on. His gaze fell on the devilish mark on Yin Zhaoga's left hand. After all, Master's cultivation base is rather high. If the enemy wants to reopen the Great 9 Underworld's door in the Sand region, it is very likely that they will target you. Yin Zhaoga said straightforwardly, even if it isn't for the Great 9 Underworld's door, they might still target me. If I were to die, the pressure of the devilish mark would all fall onto eldest apprentice uncle. This way, eldest apprentice uncle's attention would be drawn further, making it easier for them to do other things. Xue Fei's expression was a little solemn. Yes, he was an open-minded and forthright person, but apart from being open and candid, he was also relatively steady. He didn't like to speculate, so there were some things that were difficult to say out loud. Yin Zhaoga, however, immediately understood the meaning behind Su Fei's words. If there were still people of Broad Creed Mountain who were spies of the decimating abyss, especially experts whose cultivation bases were rather high, if they intended to assassinate Yin Zhaoge, it would be extremely covert, hard to guard against. After all, he couldn't look at everyone with suspicion or completely isolate Yin Zhaoge. He could only rely on Yin Zhaoge's own vigilance for everything. Yin Zhaoge patted Su Fei's shoulder. "Relax, senior apprentice brother Su. I will take care of myself." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge laughed. "Well, I don't really like it. It seems like there are always such things that come looking for me. It looks like I was born to be a bait, with the clan just being able to create a circle around me, ambushing and killing spies of the decimating abyss." Shui Fei said sternly, "That's true, but you'll be taking a huge risk. I know, Zhaoge. You have a strange treasure on you, and you're not afraid of a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, but what if an essence spirit martial grandmaster suddenly attacks after getting close? You might not be able to fend off the reinforcements of the experts lying in ambush." Shui Fei paused for a moment. If it was an essence talisman martial grandmaster, he wouldn't even have the time to react. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you are right. It is indeed like this. But now, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. There are some things that can't be helped. However, I won't joke around with my life. Although I don't plan to be quarantined in the near future, I want to reduce my personal contact with the higher-ups of the sect. Except for a limited number of people, the rest of the elders can only apologize first. I believe they will understand." Shui Fei nodded. "It's good that you know what to do." After sending Su Fei off, Yin Zhaoge did not directly return to the secluded room, as he instead strolled leisurely outside. Traversing the forest, Yin Zhaoge came before a waterfall, quietly looking at the flowing water. After who knew how long, when Yin Zhaoge was about to turn and leave, suddenly his heart skipped a beat. He looked in a certain direction and saw a figure appear in the distance. It was a woman. The woman's appearance was beautiful, but her temperament was somewhat cold. It was Sikong Qing. Sikong Qing only discovered Yin Zhaoge after getting close. As she looked over, she could only feel that Yin Zhaoge seemed to have merged as one with his surroundings, making it hard for her to detect him. "Senior apprentice brother Yin," Sikong Qing first bowed. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "Junior apprentice sister Sikong. It's been a long time. Congratulations on your rapid progress in cultivation." Compared to the time of the Qingza Lake Alliance meet, Sikong Qing's current cultivation had already stepped from the inner aura stage to the outer aura stage. Yin Zhaoge heard the sound of her blood flowing. It was as heavy as lead mercury, but it didn't seem sluggish at all. "Are you currently at the peak of the early outer aura stage, or have you already stepped into the mid-outer aura stage, the stage of condensing qi into weapons?" Yin Zhaoge asked interestedly. Sikong Qing replied, "At the middle stage of outer aura, one can already condense qi into weapons." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. His upstanding qi transformed into a blade and floated beside his body. Shockingly, he was already at the middle stage of the physical invulnerability stage. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his palms together, sighing, "It hasn't even been a year since we returned from Clear Concealed Lake, and you've already advanced by leaps and bounds to this stage. You really are a heaven-blessed genius." Sikong Qing shook her head. Compared to senior apprentice brother Yan's speed of advancing from the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, and then to the mid-outer aura stage, it is much slower. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he did not speak. Sikong Qing's situation was very special, very abnormal. Before she had become a martial scholar, while she had also been extremely outstanding, it hadn't been especially exaggerated, basically being at the average standard of direct disciples of sacred grounds. That year, after becoming a martial scholar, her speed of improvement had been so swift that even Yin Zhaoge had been taken aback. Amongst those of the same generation, her speed of improvement had surpassed that of the original owner of Yin Zhaoge's body, Lu Wan, Su Fei. Only Feng Yunsheng had been slightly faster than her. However, Feng Yunsheng's situation had originally been special. With the extreme yin scripture, the yin-yang coexisting technique, as well as the recent stimulation of the cold marrow needles, she had been working on multiple fronts. Ying Longtu's improvement had been even more exaggerated, but because of his Big Dipper body, it had been especially convenient for Han Long to enter the body refinement realm. Having reached the martial scholar realm, while his improvement speed would also be very fast, he still might not be stronger than Sikong Qing. Everyone was curious, and Yin Zhaoge was the same. However, he was just curious, not having any thoughts of digging deeper. After all, Sikong Qing wasn't an enemy. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing's gaze was a little strange. Yin Zhaoge touched his face. What? Are there flowers growing on my face? Sikong Qing shook her head. No, it's just that looking at you, senior apprentice brother Yin, I thought of some things. Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued. Oh, what things? Earlier at Clear Concealed Lake, I personally experienced it. This time at Yunwu County in the Sand region. While I wasn't there, I also heard about it. Sikong Qing said, senior apprentice brother Yin, you have done something that many martial grandmaster experts are unable to do. From ancient times till now, whether or not you are the strongest martial scholar, I don't dare to say for sure, but I'm afraid that you are the martial scholar with the greatest ability. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. So? Sikong Qing said, so, I feel that I have to make some changes. You doubt yourself? Yin Zhaoge appraised her all over, doubting whether your heart, having always been completely undistracted, not dabbling in formations, artifact forging and the like, instead wholeheartedly cultivating in the martial arts. Is this path correct? Sikong Qing said calmly, no, I have never wavered. I firmly believe that my path is not wrong. While at Clear Concealed Lake, as well as now when a storm is about to descend upon our clan, I feel my own insignificance and powerlessness. I have never doubted my own choice. My insignificance and powerlessness are only because I am currently too weak. Looking at Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge saw that her eyes were glowing slightly, a rare sight. The girl continued, I feel that the environment that I have been in all along has been too comfortable. Under the guidance and protection of the clan, while I have also cultivated diligently, while I believe that I have been diligent in my cultivation, it has still been too comfortable. Sikong Qing looked straight at Yin Zhaoge. I want to go out adventuring for a bit, going a little further, seeing more things, tempering myself, life and death up to the heavens. Chapter 267. Looking at Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Yin Zhaoge did not object to Sikong Qing's thoughts. After all, this was a world that belonged to martial artists. When a person had the ability to push forward unparalleled, everything else paled in comparison. The simplest example was Devil Saint Yuan Tian. He did not need to use any other means. Just by standing there, he was a deterrent. In the current Eight Extremities world, a martial saint had the ability and capital to ignore most of the rules. Most of the time, only existences of the same level could restrict him. As Sikong Qing had said, she felt powerless, mostly because her current cultivation was still low. In fact, this couldn't be blamed on her. Compared to her age and cultivation time, she had already surpassed countless people. It was just that she was involved in a situation that her current cultivation and strength couldn't handle. Most of the tragedies in this world originated from this. From a certain perspective, Yin Zhaoge was also in the same situation, just that he had other countermeasures. It was also precisely because he was always able to solve problems that, logically speaking, he was unable to solve with his current level of cultivation, that Yin Zhaoge had his current position and reputation. Looking at Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoge said, before this, when you were out tempering yourselves, while there were people who brought you along on the whole, as long as it was not a life or death situation, they would not care about you. The clan also considers the effects of tempering. Sikong Qing said, even so, we always have feelings of dependence in our hearts. She looked at the distant waterfall, listening to the rumbling sound of water. For Senior Marshal's sister Feng to have what she has today, those 2 years of wandering alone and being chased by others were very important. Although that's not a good thing. Yin Zhaoga knew that Si Kongqing's words were unrelated to Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin physique, as well as the cold marrow needles and the extreme Yin scripture. She was referring to Feng Yunxing's strength, which far surpassed her peers. On one hand, it was talent, and on the other hand, it was experience. Feng Yunxing's combat ability far surpassed most martial artists of the same realm. As far as Yin Zhaoga knew, Feng Yunxing and Si Kongqing were both disciples of Fu Enshu. They would often spar with each other. This pair of apprentice sisters was also very interesting. Feng Yunxing addressed Si Kongqing as senior apprentice sister Si Kong, while Si Kongqing addressed Feng Yunxing as senior apprentice sister Feng. Of course, there was no conflict between the two. He didn't mean to oppose her at all. Because Feng Yunxing entered the sect late, she respectfully addressed Si Kongqing, who was younger than her, as senior apprentice sister. And the reason why Si Kongqing addressed Feng Yunxing as senior sister was very simple. There was no enmity between fellow disciples, so there was no need for them to fight to the death. After exchanging blows, Feng Yunxing had always been slightly superior. If it was a fight to the death, Feng Yunxing would have an even greater advantage. Not in a mood to interfere with Si Kongqing's decision, Yin Zhaoga smiled. Having such thoughts, you are also wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Tao, striving to improve yourself. I naturally have no objections to this. While it might be hard to say for others, it might indeed be a feasible path for you. However, first, it's best if you ask for Uncle Master Fu's opinion before making a decision. Second, even if you want to leave, it's better to wait for Grandmaster to come out of seclusion. It's better to wait until the dust has settled. It's been a troubled time recently. Hearing this, Si Kongqing nodded, saying, Senior apprentice brother Yan's words are reasonable. I understand. She cupped her hands towards Yin Zhaoga, then took her leave. Yin Zhaoga looked at Si Kongqing's back. He sighed, 100 vying barges, who will emerge victorious? Shaking his head, Yin Zhaoga returned to his residence. Speaking of diligently cultivating and improving one's strength and realm, Yin Zhaoga's desire to improve had never been weaker than others. While he had been enjoying limitless glory recently, having accomplished great things that many martial scholars have been unable to accomplish, Yin Zhaoga's urgent desire to raise his strength was even stronger than most people's. Returning to his secluded room, Yin Zhaoga sat in a meditative position, the aura qi within his body ceaselessly regulating his breathing. A spiritual light shot into the skies from the top of his head. Raising his left hand, Yin Zhaoga examined the devilish mark on the back of his hand, unceasingly analyzing the concept contained within. Within his dantian, the chaotic qi mass was still hazy. After regulating his breathing for a moment, the spiritual light above his head gradually retracted as he took out an item. It was a piece of stone that resembled a mirror, not being transparent as it looked completely gray. However, as Yin Zhaoga's gaze fell on it, radiance seemed to vaguely flicker on its surface, reflecting Yin Zhaoga's face. It was precisely the life-illuminating immortal stone that Yin Zhaoga had previously obtained from the foreign dimension that loose practitioner he had resided in. This treasure's usual use, and one that most people of pre-Great Calamity times knew of, was to reflect the circulation paths of one's aura qi as one cultivated, displaying it for others to see. In other words, its main use was actually to guide disciples and teach. When the seniors of the clan cultivated, they would use the life-illuminating immortal stone to display the circulation paths of their aura qi, demonstrating it for the juniors, making it easier for them to observe and comprehend. However, Yin Zhaoga knew that this treasure still had other uses. He extended his finger, lightly swiping it on the surface of the life-illuminating immortal stone, drawing a series of patterns. Different scenes of light instantly appeared on the surface of the stone. The originally gray stone actually gradually turned clear and transparent at this moment, resembling a crystal, resembling the true surface of a mirror. The spiritual light above Yin Zhaoga's head rose once more, just that an image also arose within the spiritual light, looking exceptionally unique. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge began his days of secluded cultivation once more. Every day, he would either cultivate unceasingly accumulating in preparation for his breakthrough into the martial grandmaster realm, or analyze the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, or forge devil-shattering arrows with the internal crystal furnace. Time passed quickly, and some time had already passed since the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng had entered secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain operated as per usual internally, Yindi already fully immersed in his role. Meanwhile, in the outside world, whether it was the Sacred Sun clan or the Decimating Abyss, they also temporarily did not make any major movements. At this moment, it was as though they were all united, eagerly anticipating Yuan Zhengfeng's success in his cultivation, successfully stepping into the martial saint realm and emerging from seclusion. However, whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Yin Di and the others, they all knew that all this was merely an illusion, just the final calm before the storm. One day, as Yin Zhaoge sat quietly within his room, the surface of the life illuminating immortal stone that was clear as crystal before him already riddled with cracks, resembling dense spiderwebs. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he extended his finger, tapping on the life illuminating immortal stone. The crystalline stone soundlessly shattered, turning into fine powder before turning into dust, dissipating within the air, as though it had never existed in the first place. Meanwhile, the spiritual light above Yin Zhaoge's head erupted with light. Radiance seemed to be emitted from every single acupoint of his entire body. Bathed completely within the radiance, Yin Zhaoge's illusory aura chi seemed to have transformed into actual auspicious clouds, supporting his body. The bright spiritual light above his head now began slowly retracting from the top of Yin Zhaoge's head, while the light emitted from his entire body grew even denser. Today, Yin Zhaoge officially advanced towards the martial grandmaster realm. To be continued. Chapter 268. Yin Zhaoge's entire body shone with radiance, his aura chi roiling as he looked like he was surrounded by auspicious clouds. As the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a shocking force emanated from within his body. Gradually, there seemed to be true dragons moving up and down in the auspicious clouds. The true dragons could only see their heads, but not their tails. They let out resounding and tyrannical dragon roars in unison. At this moment, the two auras of cold and heat were no longer distinct. One could only feel a vigorous power. Yin Zhaoge's closed eyes now opened. At this moment, the radiance of the auspicious clouds that flickered with radiance around him gradually receded. The dragon-like astral energy also calmed down. The dazzling auspicious clouds gradually became quiet, and in the end, they seemed muddle-headed. Yin Zhaoge's current location was vaguely hard to describe. He was clearly there, yet it seemed impossible to ascertain his position, unable to distinguish between front and back, unable to distinguish between up and down. Time and space seemed to have lost their meaning at this moment, leaving only chaos. Currently, the massive qi surrounding Yin Zhaoge's body was shockingly the same as the scene within his Dantian's qi ocean. At this moment, the spiritual light above Yin Zhaoge's head had completely vanished, and the light within his eyes had also been completely retracted, looking completely ordinary and unremarkable, restrained and warm. The chaotic qi mass formed of his aura qi also gradually returned to the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body. Standing up from the ground, Yin Zhaoge resembled a famed, peerless sword that had revealed its sharpness to the fullest, sheathed at this moment. Not only was the edge of the sword not blunt, but it was even sharper. It was just that it was temporarily restrained, and would only be revealed again when there was a need, erupting with even greater power than before. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, only feeling that his aura chi that was rich with spirituality was even more restrained, even more condensed, even more vigorous, even heavier. He vaguely felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of martial arts cultivation. His own understanding, his own learning, combining it with the martial arts he cultivated, A path to sublimation was already faintly discernible before his eyes. Yin Zhaoga knew that it was his true martial soul. Now that he had the foundation to nurture it, all he had to do was continue to accumulate and analyze it before he could finally comprehend it and sublimate it. And at this moment, he had already successfully stepped into the great Grandmaster realm. It was as if a door had been opened in front of him, and he had stepped into a whole new world. Great Grandmaster realm. Spirit nurturing initial stage. The spirituality of the stellar energy returned to its original state, and the fist intent heaven and earth turned from illusory to real, beginning to form spirit soil. This was precisely where the foundation of a martial Grandmaster lay. The spirit soil formed of Yin Zhaoga's fist intense aura chi resembled the chaos within his Dantian's chi ocean, profound and indiscernible. Yin Zhaoga adjusted his condition for a moment, then got up, pushed open the door, and walked out. Waiting outside, Ahu immediately saw that spiritual light that connected to the heavens above Yin Zhaoga's head vanish. According to Yin Zhaoga's personality, other than a few special circumstances, he would never retract the spiritual light above his head. At this moment, the light disappeared. Carefully appraising Yin Zhaoga, Ahu felt the acupoints of Yin Zhaoga's entire body pulsating, resembling a true divinity, communicating with the two heavens and earth within and outside his body. Ahu was someone who had experienced it once. He was slightly startled at first, then overjoyed. "Young master, you've successfully become a great grandmaster." Yin Zhaoga smiled. "A new beginning, a new beginning." Ahu praised sincerely. "Young master, you almost broke the record of the clan head as the youngest great master. If we start counting from the beginning of the physical invulnerability stage to the grandmaster stage, you used even less time than the clan head." Usually, when Ahu said such words, he would still more or less have the intention of bootlicking. But at this moment, he was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart, only feeling that it was inconceivable. Don't look at how the big guy was usually very carefree, following by Yin Zhaoga's side like a lackey. However, this was only when he was facing Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di. Only then would he be like this. When facing others, well, he was all smiles on the surface. Most of the time, Ahu Huang Hutting actually also had his own pride within his heart, resembling a ferocious tiger of Mount Buddha. However, seeing Yin Zhaoga at such a young age, having already stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm, Ahu also felt that it was too amazing. This had nothing to do with Yin Zhaoga's identity at all, but was purely an admiration of Yin Zhaoga's individual excellence. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Father becoming a martial Grandmaster at the age of 22. Wanting to break this record is not easy. Currently, of those that are known, we can only see if Han Long has any hope. He looked at Ahu. "Right from the looks of it, you were specially waiting for me here. Is there something important?" Ahu nodded, grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that vaguely seemed a little savage. "Young master, things seem to be a little unstable at home." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. "Oh, home." The home that Ahu spoke of was naturally not the Thunder Domain Zhao region's Yin family, but the Central Heaven region's Yin family that Yin Zhaoga had come from. After having split off from the Thunder Domain Zhao region that year, in order to avoid the persecution of the Thunder Domain Zhao region's Yin family, they had traveled a long and arduous journey to the Heaven Domain, finally settling down in the Heaven Domain once more. The Central Heaven region was where Broad Creed Mountain was. Here, by convention, other first-rate powers were not permitted to exist. Wanting to develop in the Central Heaven region, they were at most some second-rate powers. The only two exceptions were the Yin family of Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di, as well as the Zhang family of the Grand Elder Zhang. Because of Yin Di and Elder Zhang, these two families had settled down in the Central Heaven region. However, comparatively speaking, they were both very low-key. Following Yin Di's rise in cultivation and position, the Central Heaven region's Yin family had also become a famed family of the Eight Extremities world. Of course, the Thunder Domain Zhao region's Yin family refused to acknowledge this. However, The Central Heaven region's Yin family also didn't care whether they acknowledged it or not. The current patriarch of the Yin family was Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di. However, Yin Di spent most of his time at Broad Creed Mountain. His status as an elder of Broad Creed Mountain was also far greater than that of the Yin family's patriarch. Yin Di was the head of the Yin family. However, most of the family's daily affairs were handled by the elders, who then reported them to Yin Di. How is the family unstable? Yin Zhaoga asked, looking like he was smiling whilst also not. Ahu's expression was savage as he answered, "Some people are gossiping, suspecting that family head is not the old master's biological son, also speaking rudely towards young master, even insulting madam in the process." Yin Zhaoga chuckled coldly, not getting angry. This is interesting. Seeing that father's position in the sacred ground, Broad Creed Mountain, with hopes of ascending to the position of clan chief, they don't want to hug his thigh tightly, instead causing trouble at this time. First, not mentioning how trustworthy those filthy rumors are. Even if they are true, the sensible choice at this time would be to stand on father's side, even helping to destroy the evidence and quell the dispute. The stronger father, the more stable his position, and the more stable the position of the Central Heaven region's Yin family. Rising with the tide, the more benefits there are. Jumping out at this time to cause trouble. Don't you think that they're stupid? Yin Zhaoga muttered to himself. They are not stupid in the slightest. That means that there is another reason. Father is temporarily acting as Broad Creed Mountain's clan chief, having to attend to numerous affairs every day, unable to find the time. However, this kind of internal fire, he can't just ignore it. His own family is not at peace. How can he manage Broad Creed Mountain? It is also not suitable for others to suppress it. As the patriarch's son, it will be most suitable for me to return home to handle it. Yin Zhaoga smiled coldly, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the calm before the storm has ended. The other side is preparing to make a move. Chapter 269. Ahu asked, "It was their trap, and their target from the start was you, young master, trying to kill young master?" Yin Zhaoga said mildly, "This is a matter of the Yin family, and it is not suitable for others to deal with it. Father cannot deal with it, so only I can return." Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoga. "Young master, then you return," Yin Zhaoga said nonchalantly. "Of course I have to return." After packing up the things on hand, Yin Zhaoga walked to a courtyard by the side, where Pan Pan was currently resting. Seeing Yin Zhaoga arrive, Pan Pan instantly became spirited, no longer as lazy as before. Yin Zhaoga patted his big head, saying to Ahu, "Father already knows the whole story, right?" Ahu answered, "Yes, family head already knows." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "Good, then it is fine. Father will naturally make the arrangements. Let's go home." Descending Earth Peak, exiting the clan, Yin Zhaoga flipped and sat on Pan Pan, Ahu doing the same. The chubby and clumsy Pan Pan, who looked charmingly naive, ran as fast as lightning, moving far away in an instant. Yin Zhaoga's figure jolted along with Pan Pan's running, gazing into the distance, seemingly pondering something. He lowered his head to look at the back of his left hand. The devilish mark on it was already extremely dim. Normally speaking, it would not be long before it completely dissipated. Ahu glanced at it. "Young master, do you think the ones causing trouble this time are the Decimating Abyss or the Sacred Sun clan?" Yin Zhaoga said, "The possibility of it being the Decimating Abyss is a little higher. The Sacred Sun clan is firstly waiting for Huang Guanglia to leave seclusion, and secondly, their corrosive abilities are not that strong." However, Yin Zhaoga's gaze was a little deep and distant. Whether or not they are aware of it is another matter altogether. The Sacred Sun clan might just be waiting for the Decimating Abyss and us to both suffer heavy losses. That way, even if Huang Guanglia does not leave seclusion, they would still have a chance to take advantage of it. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. The Sacred Sun clan and the Decimating Abyss shouldn't be joining hands, right? Yin Zhaoga said, "They shouldn't be joining hands, since the Sacred Sun clan shouldn't be able to do such a thing where they have no bottom line at all. Still, they might be thinking of reaping the benefits of the third, to get us all in one fell swoop. Through the matter of the wind domain, I've figured out a few things. In the current world, not mentioning what their understanding of the 9 underworlds is, the one who has the deepest understanding of the decimating abyss might be the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Both sides are trying to divide and rope in the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain. But the remnant descendants of Black Nightmare Mountain have also unknowingly become a channel for both sides to understand each other. Ahu scratched the back of his head. Are they all trying to use each other to kill each other? Yin Zhaoge said, "It is just my guess. There is no basis for it." The foundation of the Central Heaven Region's Yin family was established in the southwest of the Central Heaven Region's Yunjin County, also some distance away from Broad Creek Mountain. Riding on Pan Pan, Yin Zhaoge had also experienced a long journey before finally arriving. After entering the boundaries of Yunjin County, there was already someone waiting there. It was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a spirit vessel intermediate martial grandmaster. His name was Yin He. Seeing Yin He, Yin Zhaoge did not bother with formalities. "Uncle He, what's the matter?" Not long ago, during a family banquet, fourth uncle suddenly took out a letter, saying that it was left behind by eldest uncle when he was still alive. Yin He also did not bother with formalities as he led Yin Zhaoge forward, saying as they walked, the contents of the letter. It says that Brother D is not eldest uncle's biological son, instead having been adopted when he was young, his origins unknown. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he listened calmly. The eldest uncle that Yin He spoke of was Yin Di's father, Yin Zhaoge's grandfather. On their way to the Heaven Domain, they had met with danger and perished. At that time, Yin Di had still been young, and there had not been a person called Yin Zhaoge in this world. Afterwards, Yin Zhaoge's great-grandfather, Yin Di's grandfather, had brought their entire family to settle down in the Heaven Domain. Afterwards, Yin Di had entered Broad Creed Mountain, rising up step by step, also bringing the Central Heaven Region's Yin family along with him to rise up. After the previous family head, Yin Di's grandfather, had passed away, the position of family head had not been passed to his descendants, instead being directly taken up by his grandson, Yin Di. Now, Yin Di's third uncle, fourth uncle, and seventh uncle were all still alive. Usually, when Yin Di was at Broad Creed Mountain, the daily affairs of the Central Heaven Region's Yin family were discussed and settled by these few elders. Yin He sighed. I don't know what fourth uncle was thinking, causing such a huge commotion that everyone knew about it, even insisting on investigating this matter. Unable to suppress him, third uncle and seventh uncle could only inform Brother D. Of the few elders, Yin Zhaoge's third granduncle and fourth granduncle were both essence spirit martial grandmasters, while seventh granduncle was of the spirit vessel stage. Father is currently temporarily acting as chief, having many matters to attend to, unable to leave, Yin Zhaoge said simply. Therefore, I have returned this time to see what exactly is going on. While Yin Zhaoge was young, he was Yin Di's son of the first wife. At the same time, he was currently renowned throughout the entire Eight Extremities world, his position in the sacred ground Broad Creed Mountain not being low. Even the elders of the family were unable to easily suppress him based on seniority. Yin He said, "It's good that you were able to return. At the very least, let the situation calm down first, not continuing to escalate." As they arrived at the ancestral mansion, before they had even entered the courtyard, they could already feel the tense atmosphere. Raising his head and looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw the winds and clouds surging in air above the ancestral mansion, terrifying power fluctuations emanating in all directions. This was clearly a scene that could only occur when two essence spirit martial grandmasters were in a standoff. Entering the mansion, passing through many courtyards, they indeed saw two old men currently facing each other, both having solemn expressions on their faces as they remained silent. Meanwhile, behind them, their respective supporters were currently in the midst of an argument. Could it be that you have all gone mad? Jumping out at this time to drag the family head down, what exactly are your intentions? Those on the side of Yin Di glared furiously at those on the other side. The other side did not back down in the slightest. Words cannot be justified without proper justification. Yindi's position as family head was not obtained through proper means in the first place. When the entire family migrated to the heaven domain that year, his parents both perished, with only him surviving. No one knows what exactly happened at that time. Now, with the letter that his father left for the family head, it has already been proven to be true. Yindi is not a descendant of our Yin family at all. When his parents perished that year, who knows if it was his own doing, concealing his identity and plotting against our family head. The side on Yindi's side was angered to the point of laughing. The family head being able to reach where he is today is all due to his own heaven-defying talent. In choosing him to succeed, the family head also saw his ability. Back when he entered Broad Creed Mountain, the family head's meteoric rise was not due to having borrowed much of our family head strength. On the contrary, as the family head's position rose day by day, our family head also benefited greatly from it. All of you bear resentment in your hearts, probably because you resent the family head's strict rules, not giving you the chance to use your connections to intimidate others. Hearing this, the other party snorted coldly. Whether or not Yindi is in the wrong first aside, the truth behind the deaths of his parents back then must be investigated. His origins must be investigated as well. A person of unknown origins becoming the head of a family is truly laughable. His son Yin Zhaoge is the same. His mother's identity is unknown. Who knows where she came from? Before he had finished, a figure flickered, appearing before him. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. I am also very interested in the background of the person who urged you on. That person forcibly composed himself. Yin Zhaoge, you've returned just in time. The family elders have something to ask you. Bang. The next moment, this person was sent flying backwards in a straight line. Yin Zhaoge dusted off his trousers. Other than answering my questions, you do not have the right to say anything else. Chapter 270. As soon as Yin Zhaoge had appeared, the two old men had already discovered his presence. It was just that they were restraining each other, unable to divert their attention to other matters. When Yin Zhaoge had sent him flying with a single kick, that old man on the right finally could not hold it in any longer. Yin Zhaoge, what status you have in Broad Creed Mountain is another matter altogether. Now that you still dare to be so impudent in the ancestral mansion, do you really think that there are no family laws that can punish you? Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at this old man. Yin Wendao, at the most critical moment for Broad Creed Mountain and my father now, what attitude do you think I should have towards people like you who have rebelled against your superiors and plotted against us? Hearing Yin Zhaoge directly call him by his name, fourth granduncle Yin Wendao was greatly enraged. Good brat. He was after all an essence spirit realm martial grandmaster. When he was enraged this time, it really had the might of a landslide. As his quintessential essence circulated, rays of light seemed to transform into horned dragons that coiled around him. With a single stride, he was already before Yin Zhaoge, a palm striking downwards towards him. Beside him, a power of the same lineage surged. His third granduncle Yin Wenjin, who had been in a standoff with him earlier, flashed to Yin Zhaoge's side, raising his palm upwards, also accompanied by a horned dragon. Two Yin family longtime elders, essence spirit martial grandmasters, clashed head-on with their palms. Both of them were worried that they were in the ancestral mansion and didn't dare to unleash their full power. Thus, their fight seemed ordinary and uneventful. However, everyone present felt as if there was a strong light shining in front of them, and everything was white. There was a deafening roar in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. Some of the Yin family warriors with lower cultivations could not help but feel weak. Yin Wendao glared furiously at Yin Wenjin. Just based on the fact that he, a mere grandson, dares to speak to this old man in this manner, this old man will be executing the family's laws today. Yin Di has no reason to protect him. Yin Wenjin's expression was calm. Old Four, I'm also very interested in which side is standing behind you. Sacred Sun Clan? Broad Creed Mountains Elder Fong? The Lightning Domains Zhao Region Yin family and the Heavenly Thunder Hall? Or Decimating Abyss? The two elders exchanged another move, and a light pattern lit up on their foreheads. The light pattern floated into the air and instantly expanded. The entire Yin family's ancestral home also began to shake. The white formation patterns were like dragons, roaring as they rose up and down. An enormous spirit formation that covered the entire Yin family's ancestral home was instantly formed. However, the circulation of the spiritual formation was clearly sluggish and unstable, as if it could be torn in half at any time. Yin Wendao and Yin Wenjin both glared at each other. As the two longtime elders of the Yin family, who were at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm, the two of them usually jointly controlled the grand defensive formation of the Yin family ancestral mansion. At this moment, the battle just happened to be right between them, and the grand formation could not be put to use for the time being, instead becoming the focal point of the struggle between the two sides. Seeing that he was temporarily unable to do anything to Yin Wenjin, Yin Wendao's figure suddenly flashed once more, continuing to lunge towards Yin Zhaoge. His and Yin Wenjin's strengths were about the same. One wanted to kill, and the other wanted to protect, so the former undoubtedly had the upper hand. "Brat, you have to pay the price for your arrogance." Yin Wendao roared coldly. Looking quietly at Yin Wendao, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. "Yin Wendao, you seem to have gotten something wrong." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge lightly tapped his forehead. There, a flickering rune appeared as well. "Just speaking of this place and time, if we're talking about the family's laws, I am the one." Accompanied by the rune lighting up on Yin Zhaoge's forehead, the grand formation of the ancestral home instantly shook. The next moment, Yin Wendao and Yin Wenjin discovered that the flickering rune on their foreheads had shockingly faded. Yin Wenjin was fine with it, but Yin Wendao's heart suddenly sunk. The family head, Yin Di, was the true controller of the Yin family ancestral mansion's grand formation. Yin Zhaoge, with Yin Di's help, clearly also possessed the authority to control the Yin family ancestral mansion's grand formation. Meanwhile, this youth's attainments and formations far surpassed these old fellas, even surpassing them Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. Smiling lightly, Yin Zhaoge extended his hands, palms facing downwards, spreading his fingers before abruptly pressing downwards. The ancestral mansion instantly reacted. The courtyard they were in was instantly filled with white radiance, numerous dragons of light shooting out from within, all lunging towards Yin Wendao. Helpless, Yin Wendao could only resist. However, Yin Wenjin behind him had already let out a long roar, her palms flying as she swiftly attacked. Faced with Yin Wenjin's pincer attack, as well as the ancestral home's grand formation, Yin Wendao was instantly unable to hold on. He shockingly discovered something. Under Yin Zhaoge's control, the grand formation of a Yin family ancestral mansion actually unleashed its peak power, not inferior in the slightest to the control of them Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters. The power of the grand formation was even greater than that of him, Yin Wendao. Without Yin Wenjin's help, he would also be hard-pressed to resist, only being able to struggle for a period of time at most. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Laying down a trap to lure me over. The ambushers should have already appeared by now, right? Otherwise, the bait will be used up." Before his words had landed, a few black figures had already shot out from the crowd, lunging towards Yin Zhaoge together. "So, it's people of the decimating abyss." Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he extended his hands, palms facing each other, abruptly bringing them together. Accompanied by this palm strike of Yin Zhaoge's, the power of the Yin family's grand formation surged madly, numerous dragons of light congregating, forming a massive dragon head that overlooked the surrounding area. The dragon head opened its mouth, suddenly letting out a long roar that shocked the heavens, shaking the attackers to the point that they were all unable to stand stably, their bodies floating as though they were about to collapse from drunkenness. With a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, a short stone rod flew out, transforming into a massive pillar of the divine palace that pressured downwards, suppressing the enemies. Beside him, Ahu laughed savagely as he rushed out, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering the enemies. As someone attacked from behind, the immortal crane wings on Yin Zhaoga's body expanded mightily, feathers shooting out in all directions like a torrential storm. Those suppressed by the grand formation of the Yin family ancestral mansion were all on Yin Wendao's side. Yin Zhaoga's seventh granduncle, Yin He and the others were not affected. Although seeing Yin Zhaoga quell the internal chaos like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, some of the Yin family martial practitioners still felt a little uncomfortable within their hearts. However, having also been moved by Yin Zhaoga's thunderous methods of distinguishing between friend and foe, they immediately launched attacks together. Other powers aside, everyone from the decimating abyss had the right to exterminate them. Towards those of the decimating abyss, they mainly focused on capturing those of their own clan, showing no mercy at all towards those decimating abyss martial practitioners who intended to attack Yin Zhaoga. The chaotic situation with Yin Zhaoga looked like it was about to be quelled very quickly. However, the moods of everyone present could not relax at all. After all, this was internal strife within the Yin family, not something that was all that glorious. After killing an opponent, Yin He retreated to Yin Zhaoga's side, asking in a low tone, "Those decimating abyss martial practitioners who snuck in are fine, but what about fourth uncle and the others? Let's first capture and lock them up before talking." Yin Zhaoga swiveled his head to look in the direction of Yin Wendao. Just having shifted his gaze, Yin Zhaoga suddenly felt a chill envelop him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Yin He currently smiling coldly at him, a strange box opening within his hands, from within emanating waves of cold qi. Swept by the cold qi, Yin Zhaoga felt a piercing pain in his right eye, the purple light of thunder flickering within. However, it seemed to have been temporarily paralyzed, coming to a momentary halt. "Yin Zhaoga, if we talk about the family's laws, you are also not fit to talk about them." Yin He smiled coldly, the sword within his hand stabbing viciously towards Yin Zhaoga, who was rather far away, not being able to arrive in time. Swept by the cold qi, Yin Zhaoga was unable to even wield his golden talisman body, looking like he was about to die under Yin He's sword. Yin Zhaoga, however, smiled slightly. "Here and now, of all the people here, I am the law." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga flipped his palm, mightily slamming it down towards the top of Yin He's head. To be continued. Chapter 271. Yin Zhaoga raised his palm high above his head, before flipping it over and slamming it downwards. His movements were large, simple, and heavy, not seeming fast at all, instead seeming a little slow. However, a strange, terrifying feeling arose within the heart of the Yin He before him, as though no matter how he dodged or resisted, he would still not be able to escape from this palm of Yin Zhaoga's, his head being smashed into smithereens. That feeling was as though the entire heavens and earth were within Yin Zhaoga's palm. Accompanied by the flip of Yin Zhaoga's palm, the entire heavens and earth reversed, the skies smashing downwards, leaving one nowhere to run, unable to resist, only able to close their eyes and wait for death. As this palm descended, from Yin He's perspective, Yin Zhaoga's entire person seemed to have grown much taller, resembling a descending divinity. A majestic, vast power enveloped Yin He's entire body, the majestic, heavy aura qi directly locking down the surrounding space, with Yin He at its center, space itself seemingly collapsing. One of Broadcreed Mountain's three supreme arts, Heavenly Broadcreed Palm. As this palm descended, it was as though the heavens were collapsing. Yin He forcibly raised his spirits, resisting the suppression and destruction of this palm intent of Yin Zhaoga's towards his mind, a hand unconsciously rising. He was confident that with his cultivation base as a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, he would not be defeated by Yin Zhaoga so easily. With the dim, cold miasma temporarily sealing all of Yin Zhaoga's treasures, he had a chance. Before he had finished his thoughts, Yin Zhaoga's palm had already descended, landing on Yin He's palm. Without the slightest obstruction from his palm, the bones of Yin He's entire body began to shatter. He stared, only to discover that he was completely powerless to resist, as though he was nothing more than a speck of dust after the sky had collapsed. Looking calmly at Yin Zhaoga said mildly, I have quite a few treasures on me, which seems to cause people to somewhat overlook my personal strength. My current cultivation base is still rather low, but in terms of cultivation base, if you want to assassinate me, at least you are still far from it. With Yanhee's strength, while he was a mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster, as long as he was a core, direct disciple of a sacred ground, any early spirit vessel martial scholar would have the ability to surpass levels and defeat him. Yin Zhaoga had virtually swept through all the geniuses of the 6 great sacred grounds. Martial, he was a martial grandmaster of sacred ground. Even though he had just stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, he was a martial it would also be. Even if he launched a sneak attack, it wouldn't change the outcome. Yin's expression was ashen, and his gaze was slack. Yin Zhaoga was already no longer looking at him, instead looking at that box which contained the dim, cold miasma. At this moment, the cold air had already dissipated. Originally, it was only to buy a sliver of time for the assassination, but now it had already become a fleeting cloud. On the other side, Yin Wendao was also being suppressed by Yin Wenjin. His defeat was imminent. With the Yin family ancestral mansion's grand protective formation, it was impossible for him to escape. Those who could fight for it were either killed on the spot or captured alive. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, the crowd of Yin family martial practitioners all vaguely felt shocked. A martial grandmaster, Ever since Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, there had never been a martial grandmaster below the age of 25 in this world, until this Yin Zhaoga before them. Over the past 2 years, Yin Zhaoga's meteoric rise had been even more exaggerated than that of his father, Yin Di. With his martial scholar cultivation, in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, he held the authority of a first-seat elder, his authority and position vaguely above the leaders of all first-rate powers in this world. From ancient times till now, how many people could there be? Yin Zhaoga had not returned to the Yin family ancestral mansion in Yunjin County these past few years, to the point that the Yin family always felt that his achievements were a little illusory. There were many things that people had not seen with their own eyes, only having heard the rumors, and thus placing less importance on them. And seeing Yin Zhaoga for real today, it had a huge impact on everyone, causing even Yin Di's supporters like Yin Wenjin to be rendered somewhat speechless. Yin Zhaoga was already no longer concerned about Yin Wendao and the others. After nodding towards Yin Wenjin and the others, he raised his head to look at the sky. It's not as impressive as the plan of Yao Shan and the others in the Great Desert. It feels more like a personal plan of Yin Wendao and Yin He. Then for the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, where is the true killing blow? While they were separated by many courtyards, Yin Zhaoga still swiveled his head to look towards the northeast, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. The old clan chief Yuan Jingfeng had already been in secluded cultivation for many days. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain was in an orderly state, everyone seemingly already used to the days when the old clan chief was in secluded cultivation and Yin Di was managing things on his behalf. Everything seemed no different from how it had been in the past. But actually, Broad Creed Mountain was tight on the inside, the higher echelon experts on the alert at all times, and even the middle and lower echelon martial practitioners could feel that the atmosphere was different from before. Ending his cultivation, Xue Fei walked out of his residence, raising his head to look at the sky. Today was not as sunny as usual, being a cloudy day. However, it did not give one a cool feeling, instead feeling a little stuffy and hot. In the region of Broad Creed Mountain, the sky above was filled densely with dark clouds, causing one's mood to be a little stifling. Xue Fei knit his brows slightly, calming his heart as he strolled amidst the forest. Along the way, some of his fellow disciples saw him, bowing, senior apprentice brother Su. Xue Fei nodded in return. As he walked, Xue Fei's footsteps suddenly slowed as he looked towards the side of the road. There stood a white-clothed young girl clothed in a blue robe, currently gazing into the depths of the forest with a worried expression on her face. Xue Fei recognized this young girl as well. She was an elite disciple of the same generation as him. While she was not a core, direct disciple, she was still highly regarded by the clan, having been heavily groomed. The girl was much younger than Xue Fei, roughly the same age as Yin Zhaoge. The reason why she had drawn Xue Fei's attention was that, as far as he knew, this junior apprentice Sister Wang was rather close to Lu Wen. Lu Wen might still view her as a fellow disciple and junior apprentice sister, but junior apprentice Sister Wang rather admired Lu Wen. And at this moment, the direction she was gazing in was precisely where Lu Wen was in secluded cultivation. Xue Fei knit his brows. If he was not wrong, Lu Wen had already been in secluded cultivation for a rather long time. Junior apprentice Sister Wang is waiting for junior apprentice brother Lu? Xue Fei asked. Regaining her wits, junior apprentice Sister Wang hurriedly answered. Senior apprentice brother Su. Senior apprentice brother Lu has already been in secluded cultivation for over a year. Almost 2. Hearing this, Xue Fei thought, ever since losing to junior apprentice brother Yin, he has always been in secluded cultivation, not having left at all. Xue Fei and Lu Wen were not very familiar with each other. The other could not bear to see him indulging in wine, and he also did not have much in common with Lu Wen. Therefore, they kept a respectful distance from each other. Xue Fei also knew that Lu Wen was proud and arrogant, but hearing that Lu Wen was currently in a state of distress, Xue Fei could not help but feel a little worried, especially with the matters of the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss having arisen in recent years. While Xue Fei was a little worried, he did not show it on his face, instead consoling junior apprentice Sister Wang. Relax, junior apprentice brother Lu might be able to shock the world with a single brilliant feat this time, even after 3 years of seclusion. After consoling junior apprentice Sister Wang, Xue Fei did not leave, instead sucking in a deep breath, walking into the forest. A sealed stone room built against the mountain appeared before Xue Fei's eyes. To be continued. Chapter 272. Xue Fei looked at the tightly shut door of the stone room and fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, when a martial artist was in seclusion, others were strictly forbidden to disturb them. Barging into someone's seclusion grounds depended on the situation, and it might even result in a death grudge. Within the same sect, when a martial artist entered seclusion, even if it was a senior of the sect, they would only be allowed to enter if there was a prior agreement. Otherwise, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily barge into someone else's seclusion grounds. This was not just a matter of etiquette. Sometimes, when a martial art is cultivated, a small disturbance could cause all their previous efforts to go to waste or even cause serious injuries. When a person was at a critical juncture of seclusion and was suddenly disturbed by others, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was also the reason why most people would hire people to protect them or set up powerful formations to protect them when they went into closed-door cultivation for a long time. For a core disciple of Broad Creed Mountain like Lu Wen, while his secluded cultivation grounds weren't specially guarded, there were protective formations that had long since been set up by the clan. For example, the stone room in which Lu Wen was currently in secluded cultivation was not Lu Wen's original residence, but a secluded cultivation area specially prepared by Broad Creed Mountain for its peak disciples. Xue Fei had once entered a similar place when he was cultivating behind closed doors. However, at this moment, looking at Lu Wen's stone chamber, Xue Fei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy in his heart. After he had relinquished his position as the acting elder of Suzhou City in the land of the Sand region and returned to the clan, he had a new assignment. It was not the disciplinary hall that his master Shirtai was in charge of, but the martial inheritance hall where Yin Di had originally been. Xue Fei was currently the youngest principal elder in the Hall of Inheritance. The Technique Inheritance Hall was in charge of managing the seclusion stone rooms allocated to the disciples. The main reason why Xue Fei had the ability to open Lu Wen's seclusion stone chamber was for safety reasons. There was once a martial artist who had gone into seclusion. Because of his own cultivation, he had suffered a cultivation deviation and died from serious injuries. Because he had died in a secret chamber, no one knew about it for a long time. Thus, in order to guard against similar situations, the Cultivation Inheritance Hall had specially made some arrangements. However, this was just a precaution. If there was no need, the elders of the cultivation inheritance hall would not step into the place where others were in closed-door cultivation. After pondering for a moment, even though Xue Fei felt that it was inappropriate, he still placed his hand on the door of the stone chamber. After a short while, the stone room's door opened, and Xue Fei carefully entered. After passing through the corridor, Xue Fei arrived at the deepest part of the seclusion chamber. There he saw a man sitting cross-legged there. The man had an unkempt beard and his face was covered by long hair, making him look like a savage. No matter who saw him for the first time, they would find it hard to associate him with the elegant and graceful Lu Wan of the past. However, Xue Fei was still able to recognize Lu Wan with a single glance. However, what caused him to pay more attention to was the fact that Lu Wan's body was currently clearly trembling, akin to a sieve. Xue Fei couldn't sense that Lu Wan was currently circulating his qi. The trembling of the latter wasn't due to martial arts, but due to his agitated emotions. Something's wrong. Xue Fei's heart abruptly sunk as he hurriedly approached Lu Wan. Xue Fei didn't conceal his tracks, but Lu Wan completely ignored him, only minding his own business as he sat there, his body trembling uncontrollably. Looking carefully at his face, Xu Fei was shocked to discover that Lu Wan's eyes were currently tightly shut, his face pale and covered in sweat, as though he had just suffered a great illness. Xue Fei shouted in a low voice, "Junior brother Lu." Lu Wan abruptly awoke, finally opening his eyes. His eyes stared straight ahead, yet there was no focus in his gaze. Looking carefully at his pupils, Xue Fei saw that a faint blood-red light was clearly flickering within them. As Lu Wan opened his eyes, an indistinct, yet unresigned feeling emanated from his body. Xue Fei could clearly feel it. They were clearly the inner emotions of a person, yet at this moment they gave off the feeling of something real. Xue Fei's expression turned grave. Through interrogating those who had been lured by the decimating abyss and were plagued by devilish intent, Broad Creed Mountain and Xue Fei now had a general understanding of the situation. Humans falling to the dark side were divided into stages. Evil intent, obsession, poison intent, desire. The vast majority of people, or even everyone, had them. It was just that humans could control them, rather than letting these negative thoughts control them. However, when a certain kind of intent was drawn over by the 9 underworlds, breaking through a certain boundary, it would transform into devilish intent. The devilish intent grew stronger and stronger, accumulating until it finally interacted with the devilish qi of the outside world, finally transforming the illusory within into the real on the outside, completely falling to the dark side. The characteristics of fallen practitioners were very obvious, their pupils turning completely orange-yellow, at the same time emitting an obvious blood-red light. However, before truly falling to the dark side, those who harbored devilish intent would appear no different from ordinary people on the outside. There was only one exception, and that was when the intent in their heart broke through a boundary, transforming into devilish intent. There would also be some characteristics. These characteristics were precisely Lu Wan's current appearance. At this moment, Lu Wan was shockingly at the critical point of his heart's obsession transforming into devilish intent. While he was facing this Xue Fei, Lu Wan's gaze was unfocused, as though he couldn't see Xue Fei at all. He muttered to himself in a low, indistinct manner, "Yin, Zhao, Gu, Yin, Zhao, Gu, Yin, Zhao, Gu." Seeing this, Xue Fei sighed inwardly, but didn't dare to hesitate as he extended his hands, forcefully patting Lu Wan's shoulders. "Junior apprentice brother Lu." Lu Wan didn't react, as though he had been possessed. Xue Fei said in a heavy tone, "Junior apprentice brother Lu, did you train in martial arts just to suppress junior apprentice brother Yan by a bit?" Hearing these words, Lu Wan's body shook intensely, ceasing his muttering, but his eyes were still lifeless. Xue Fei said, "You entered the clan for so many years, painstakingly training in martial arts for what exactly? Why did you want to become his disciple in the first place?" The expression on Lu Wan's face changed. One moment, it was a painful struggle. The next moment, it was a frenzied resolution, the two alternating. Xue Fei softened his voice. Junior apprentice brother Lu, think carefully. What exactly do you want? What was it that allowed you to walk to where you are today? The trembling of Lu Wen's body gradually ceased, the blood-red light within his eyes also gradually dissipating. Seeing this, Xue Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lu Wen's gaze regained its focus. Looking at Xue Fei, he said in a hoarse voice, Senior apprentice brother Su. Xue Fei said, Stabilize your mind. Lu Wen nodded slowly, closing his eyes once more. His face was frail, sweat pouring down like rain, pale as paper. However, his body was already no longer trembling, his expression also becoming calm. Xue Fei looked at him. Junior apprentice brother Lu, I know that your emotions have only just stabilized now, and you might not be willing to recall some things. However, this concerns the foundation of our clan and cannot be delayed. There are some things that I need to understand as soon as possible. Previously, was there someone who came into contact with you, arousing the obsession in your heart, causing it to grow stronger and stronger, even to the extent of communicating with the 9 underworlds? Opening his eyes, Lu Wen slowly nodded his head. There's indeed someone whispering by my ear. Following his voice, there seemed to be a voice reverberating unceasingly from the depths of my heart, growing louder and louder, until it completely filled up my mind. Chapter 273. Hearing Lu Wen's reply, Xue Fei inhaled deeply. Who is that person? He felt uneasy. Lu Wen shook his head. I don't know who that person is. His voice seems to have been disguised, and I'm unable to distinguish it. However, his cultivation is definitely very high. Hearing Lu Wen's reply, Xue Fei's heart did not relax. Although Lu Wen didn't mention any shocking names, the people who could freely enter and exit his seclusion grounds were definitely not light. His master, Feng Zhuan, could freely enter and leave this place. It was just that unless there were special circumstances, Feng Zhuan would generally not do so. Other than Feng Zhuan, the other Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters also had the ability to enter this place without a trace or sound. Even in a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were also limited existences, all of them bigwigs of the clan. The final situation was comparatively better. That was someone like Su Fei, a principal elder of Broad Creed Mountain, who was in charge of matters in the Martial Inheritance Hall. But even if it was the last situation, it wasn't very optimistic news. Xue Fei calmly asked, How long has it been since that person came to find you? After silently calculating the time, Lu Wen replied, Approximately 10 days ago. Xue Fei nodded calmly, but his heart felt heavy. 10 days ago was something that had happened recently. It had been a long time since Elder Lu and the others had been captured. Naturally, it could not have been these exposed spies of the decimating abyss. This meant that there really were still people of the decimating abyss within Broad Creed Mountain, and also that their cultivation bases and positions were likely not low. Su Fei waited for Lu Wen to recuperate before saying, Junior brother Lu, if there's nothing wrong with your body, let's go meet the seniors of the sect together. Although Lu Wen's mental state was somewhat dispirited, he still stood up. All right. The two of them first met Xue Fei's master, Shirtai. Shirtai's expression was calm, without the slightest change. After carefully asking Su and Lu, he said, Let's go see junior brother Feng first. They headed to the assignment hall, yet were informed that Feng Zhuan had left not long ago. He did not return from Feng Zhuan's residence. Shirtai and the others were stunned to discover that they were actually unable to find any traces of Feng Zhuan for a time. Although with Feng Zhuan's cultivation, if he wanted to hide it from others, only a limited number of people in the entire Broad Creed Mountain would be able to discover it. If there was no special reason, Feng Zhuan clearly did not need to do so. At such a sensitive time, it was natural for one's imagination to run wild. Xue Fei and Lu Wen exchanged glances. Lu Wen's originally bloodless face had now turned even paler. Only Shirtai remained as calm as ever. He calmly said, This matter is unusual, but before we understand the situation, we shouldn't think too much about it. Let's look around first, but don't make it public. Just inform junior apprentice brother Yin, senior apprentice uncle He, and the others, and it will be enough. Saying so, Shirtai's gaze swept past Shui Fei and Lu Wan, finally stopping on Lu Wan. I, myself, am willing to believe in junior brother Fong. Shui Fei and Lu Wan both nodded their heads in agreement, but could not suppress the worry in their eyes. If Fong Jun was not someone of the decimating abyss, then his current disappearance probably meant that the situation was far from good. It was possible that he had discovered something at the last moment and had been tied up, unable to extricate himself. However, there was also the possibility that he had already been killed, even though Fong Jun possessed outstanding strength. If even Fong Jun was unable to deal with it, then the viciousness and ferocity of the other party's attack this time could be imagined. This was actually still thinking from the positive side. As for the negative side, if Fong Jun had joined the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss, Shui Fei and Lu Wan were both silent, practically not daring to continue thinking about it. Shirtai said, "What exactly is the situation with junior brother Fong is still unknown at the moment. However, considering the matter of junior brother Yan's family and what happened to you, Lu Wan, as well as junior brother Fong's abnormal disappearance, we can be sure that the other party is already getting restless, accumulating their strength and waiting to act. The matter of finding junior brother Fong cannot be made public. However, the entire clan must raise their vigilance against the attacks of external enemies, as well as possible spies within the clan. We must be on full alert. If the other party wants to act, it will be right before our eyes." On the way here to look for Shirtai, Lu Wan had already heard Shui Fei narrate the various major events regarding the decimating abyss in the outside world while he had been in secluded cultivation. At this moment, he and Shui Fei solemnly replied together, "Yes, this disciple understands. We will inform the others immediately." Raising his head to look at the sky filled with dark clouds, Shui Fei's gaze was heavy. The storm this time looks like it really won't be small. At this moment, in the central heaven region's Yunjin County, within the ancestral mansion of the Yin family, Yin Zhaoga stood within the courtyard, similarly raising his head to look at the sky. The sky here was clear for 10,000 li, the sunlight bright and beautiful. However, Yin Zhaoga did not relax as he pondered unceasingly within his heart. If I were the other party, what would I do? If the Grand Master in secluded cultivation successfully steps into the martial saint realm, he will be the hope and guarantee for our clan to advance a step further in the near future. However, from a certain perspective, Grand Master is currently in his weakest state. If there are enemies working together from within and without, he will simply be the best target and target. As the saying goes, pulling the firewood from under the cauldron is nothing more than this. With the clear chi robe and the clan's guardian grand formation in hand, Father is currently our clan's strongest point. However, on the other hand, if Father is defeated, our clan's heavens would immediately fall and the earth would collapse. Eldest apprentice uncle and I both have devilish marks on our bodies that have yet to be completely removed. If the two of us perish, the great 9 underworld's door of the sand region might open once more. To our clan, this is also something that we have to guard against. Eldest apprentice uncle's cultivation base was originally high, and with me continuously wrecking the plans of the devilish domain grand formation and the decimating abyss, I think this will also draw their attention, and they will focus on killing me. Yin Zhaoga rubbed his temples. The key is that we don't know if there are still people from the decimating abyss amongst our clan's higher echelons. Many of our plans cannot be executed. Otherwise, if the secret is leaked, we will be counterplotted against by the other party, losing even more terribly at that time. That's why it's said that guarding day and night is hard to guard against a thief in the family. As Yin Zhaoga pondered, Ahu hurriedly rushed over. "Young master, an urgent report has come from the principal elder of Lianhu County. Someone has set up a formation there, wanting to guide the descent of the 9 underworlds. TSK, there's no need to guess whether there is a traitor this time. There definitely is. The only problem is who it is. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Like Yunjin County, Lianhu County was in the central heaven region, belonging to the core of Broad Creed Mountain. Someone had infiltrated this place and set up a formation with the intention of opening the Great Nine Underworld's door. If there wasn't a traitor, that would really be strange. Also, it had to be a traitor with a high status. After receiving the news, Yin Wenjin and the others all had heavy hearts. Yin Zhaoge said, "It's not that simple. Starting a fire at our clan's doorstep, any random basin of water would be enough to extinguish it. Wanting the fire to really burn, there would definitely be other methods to obstruct us who extinguish it." As he said this, an immense pressure that caused Yin Zhaoge's mind to feel numb and tremble suddenly arose from the distance, instantly enveloping the heavens and the earth for 5,000 kilometers. Fuck! Ahu regained his wits, directly cursing, "Martial Saint?" Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. He's indeed here. The Devil's Saint, Yuan Tian. Chapter 274. While Yin Zhaoge had always thought highly of himself, he could not help but feel that if someone was specifically targeting him, there really would not be a need for a martial saint to personally take action. The appearance of the Devil's Saint Yuan Tian was undoubtedly the external pressure the decimating abyss was exerting on Broad Creed Mountain, drawing the attention of all of Broad Creed Mountain, luring the tiger away from the mountain and fighting for opportunities elsewhere. After all, no matter how high the level of the traitor was, wanting to sneak Yuan Tian into Broad Creed Mountain's territory would really be looking down on Broad Creed Mountain too much. However, what left Broad Creed Mountain helpless was that with Yuan Tian having appeared, they could not just ignore him. Otherwise, if this person were to destroy without restraint, the damage he would cause in a short period of time might not be any less than the descent of the 9 underworlds. Having outsiders causing such trouble in their own territory, yet still keeping their doors shut and not leaving, Broad Creed Mountain's face would be completely lost. As for Yuan Tian coming to Yunjin County to take care of Yin Zhaoge along the way, that was something that had happened in passing. Within it, there was also the possibility that he wanted to force Yin Di to bring the clear Qi robe out of the mountain. While Yin Di and the others were not people who were afraid of trouble, now was a sensitive time, with Yuan Zhengfeng in secluded cultivation at a critical juncture. With internal and external troubles appearing simultaneously, it was possible that Broad Creed Mountain's lineage would suddenly act in the opposite direction, forcibly suppressing their anger and slowly settling the score with Yuan Tian afterwards. Taking down Yin Zhaoge was to add another bargaining chip to Yin Di's success. Now that Yuan Tian had appeared, it would be too late for him to leave. Yin Zhaoge calmed his mind, simply gazing into the distance. Streaks of gray mist appeared in the distant horizon, blotting out the sky and drifting toward the Yin clan's ancestral grounds. The originally bright and beautiful sky and sunlight had all disappeared at this time, leaving only a gray haze between heaven and earth. In a vast sea of gray clouds, countless figures appeared. The dark clouds seemed to have turned into faces that were twisted in pain. They looked down and let out soundless roars. Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, and the others could clearly feel waves of gloomy coldness. It wasn't a coldness that came from his physical senses, but a chill that rose from the bottom of his heart, as if he was facing an innate terror. Looking at that dark cloud, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. There is indeed some shadow of the impermanent devil sect of the past. It is just that I wonder if the thoughts of Buddhism's impermanence have already been integrated within. From what Yin Zhaoge knew, the impermanent devil sect of pre-Great Calamity times had once undergone a huge change. From the essence of the sect's martial Tao to the legacies of its experts, there had all been disputes and changes. Yin Zhaoge didn't know much about the specifics, only having heard the general news. However, with the advent of the Great Calamity, the impermanent demon sect seemed to have turned to dust along with the heavens and the earth. Looking at those dark clouds that obscured the heavens and covered the earth at this moment, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel slightly dazed as many memories of the past surfaced within his mind. Dark clouds instantly shrouded the entire area, blocking out the sunlight and causing Yunjin County to seem to have fallen into darkness. At this point, Yuan Tian did not waste any more words. His powerful martial path fist intent pressed down, and the illusory fist intent condensed into substance. In front of Yuan Tian, the grand protective array of the Yin family's ancestral home did not seem to exist. The light dragons still danced in the air, but they were useless, unable to stop Yuan Tian at all. Seemingly not needing to differentiate, Yuan Tian's fist intent directly locked onto Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's body began rising uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Ahu, Yin Wenjin, and the others within the Yin family's ancestral home all felt their bodies go numb. Following that, they could only feel as though their internal organs were being grabbed by someone's hand and squeezed forcefully. The bones of their entire bodies emitted cracking sounds, their bodies seeming like they were about to explode, their blood vessels breaking apart as blood spurted out from their pores. Of everyone present, Yin Wenjin, the one with the highest cultivation base, was merely at the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. Without having to show himself, Yuan Tian would already be able to sweep through everyone present, wanting to capture Yin Zhaoga alive while also flattening the Yin family's ancestral home. However, as his target, Yin Zhaoga, who was directly facing Yuan Tian's sharpness, his expression was calm, not changing in the least as he instead observed Yuan Tian's fist intent rather interestedly. Yuan Tian might have noticed Yin Zhaoga's abnormality, but he did not open his mouth to ask anything, instead continuing at his own pace. As one of the 6 great martial saints of this world, he had this strength and confidence. Sadly, his thoughts were destined to never become reality. The heavens and the earth suddenly shook, numerous streams of clear qi surging, instantly diluting the all-encompassing dark clouds. The sunlight in the sky fell sparsely, penetrating through the cloud layer once more, illuminating the great earth. A tyrannical saber intent tore through the horizon, shattering the fist intent Yuan Tian had exerted on the Yin family's ancestral home. Within the Yin family's ancestral home, Yin Zhaoga's body that had just risen 2 or 3 meters into the air descended once more. Ahu, Yin Wenjin, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief, no longer being pressured to the point where it felt like their bodies were about to explode. The dark clouds in the sky roiled, parting to the sides as a person was revealed. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face, dressed in the garb of a scholar. It was precisely the devil Saint Yuan Tian, whose name resounded throughout the 8 extremities world. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. Clear qi robe, Yin Di. The winds and clouds between the heavens and the earth surged as a valiant man who looked to be in his early 30s, but whose temples were dotted with a bit of frost appeared. It was precisely Yin Zhaoga's father, the current temporary chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Di. Seeing Yin Di appear, Yin Wenjin and the others simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Yuan Tian gazed at Yin Di, or rather, his attention was focused on the white robe that Yin Di was wearing. The wide-sleeved white robe that enveloped Yin Di seemed to distort the surrounding space, containing infinite profundities as it transformed the space between the heavens and the earth into a robe. From the white robe, streams of clear qi extended in all directions, even seeming to encompass the surrounding world within. Clear qi robe. Yuan Tian nodded. Looking at Yin Di, why are you here? Actually leaving Broad Creed Mountain of your own accord with a clear qi robe. Could it be that you have come specifically for this Yuan? How did you know that this Yuan would definitely appear here? His hands behind his back, Yin Di looked calmly at the exalted martial saint Yuan Tian, not answering him as he instead asked, Yuan Tian, with your strength and position, why were you also willing to submit yourself to the 9 underworlds? What can they give you? Could it be that in order to seek longevity, you have given up on being a human? Yuan Tian shook his head. It also doesn't matter. Anyway, it was originally to force you to leave Broad Creed Mountain. Now that you are willing to come out of your own accord, it is in line with my intentions. I can roughly guess what you're thinking. It is nothing more than trying to grasp the initiative in your own hands, catching me unawares. You saving your son, then immediately rushing back to the mountain. This way, our people might instead not be able to react in time, making a move at Broad Creed Mountain. Down below, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly upwards. His father and Yuan Tian both had no intention of answering the other's question, their tones calm, but they were still at loggerheads. The terrifying concepts of the two great experts had even clashed intensely from the moment they had met, pressuring each other as the surrounding heavens and earth shook. Looking at Yin Di, Yuan Tian said indifferently, "However, in front of me, do you think it will be so easy for you to bring your son away?" Saying thus, he raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. A terrifying force instantly agglomerated. As his fist struck out, it shook the earth and the heavens. To be continued. Chapter 275. Yuan Tian punched out, dark clouds surging between the heavens and the earth as a massive vortex was formed, shooting towards Yin Di. Within the vortex, there seemed to be countless faces howling in pain. The vortex formed by the dark clouds was like purgatory on earth, devouring all living beings in the surroundings and pulling them into it. Yin Di raised his brows slightly. Garbed in the clear qi robe, he spread his arms wide as streams of clear qi surged, majestic as the heavens. Obstructed by Yin Di, Yuan Tian's fist intent that had solidified was instantly unable to advance any further. He also seemed to have a feeling that while he was clearly a martial saint while Yin Di was still a martial grandmaster, Yin Di seemed to be lofty as he overlooked him like the vast sky. Yuan Tian frowned slightly. Suddenly, he opened up his clenched fist. He changed his fist into a claw and tore with force. The boundless gray mist transformed into a terrifying demonic claw that seemed as if it would tear apart the sky at this moment. Impermanence Devil Claw. Specks of radiance now surfaced on the surface of the white robe that Yin Di was wearing. The radiance was fragmented like corn. The color was half black and half yellow. It was neither resplendent nor dim. However, it seemed to contain an unbearable heaviness amidst the power concept that was as vast as the heavens. Wearing the clear qi robe, Yin Di's aura rose unceasingly as though there was no end to it. He faced Yuan Tian's impermanence devil claw head-on and struck out with his palm. His palm shone with a clear and bright light, like a glazed Vajra, while Yin Di's attainments in the martial Tao of the Vajra body were inferior to sure ties. With the clear qi robe on him now, striking out with his palm, it was like a martial saint executing the Vajra body. The terrifying Vajra condensed palm clashed against the impermanence demon claw, not giving Yuan Tian the slightest advantage. As the palm and the claw collided, Yuan Tian's eyes shone with a cold light. Within that clear, transparent palm of Yin Di's suddenly blazed fiercely with a purplish-red fiery light, radiating outwards from his palm. The terrifying Tusita fire that seemed able to refine and incinerate all things erupted from Yin Di's palm with an unimaginably powerful explosive force. What caused even Yuan Tian to be taken aback was that Yin Di had simultaneously executed the two supreme martial arts of Broad Creed Mountain, the Vajra body and the Tushita palm, in an incomparably harmonious manner. The power of the purple Tushita fire erupted, but the eternal strength of the Vajra body was not affected in the slightest. It remained indestructible. Furthermore, the will of the indestructible body didn't restrict the power of the Tushita palm. The two ultimate techniques complemented each other and contributed a shocking amount of power. The terrifying impermanence devil claw, which seemed capable of plucking the stars and the moon, actually began to tremble. Wisps of gray mist kept dispersing from the huge claw. The demonic claw seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Yuan Tian nodded calmly. "You are the best among your generation. You live up to your reputation." His claw wanted to change, yet discovered that it was being sucked in by Yin Di's palm, actually being hard-pressed to shift. Gazing over, radiance surged on Yin Di's palm, streams of faint golden light appearing, resembling numerous golden ropes. The golden chains entangled the impermanent demon claw, making it difficult for it to escape. It could only face the attacks of the Vajrabhati and the Tushita palm head-on, other than the Vajrabhati and the Tushita palm. This move of Yendi's clearly contained another supreme martial art of Broad Creed Mountain's 8 extreme arts. Golden Canopy Palm. Having mastered the 3 supreme martial arts, Yendi's palm force erupted mightily. The violent purple Tushita flames exploded, instantly incinerating the massive heaven-obscuring hand formed of the dark clouds into a sea of flames. Yuan Tian looked coldly at this scene. Clear chi robe, sacred artifact. What a good thing. Seeing his impermanent devil claw broken, Yuan Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. Sadly, you are not a martial saint at the end of the day. As he said this, Yuan Tian's outstretched palm suddenly clenched. The dark clouds that had been incinerated and extinguished by the purple Tushita flames suddenly appeared once more, drifting about without end. It was as if everything that had happened earlier had only been an illusion. The surging purple flames surged up once more, incinerating the dark clouds. However, the sea of dark clouds still existed. It was clearly an all-encompassing, majestic, boundless dark cloud that obscured the heavens and the sun. However, at this moment, it seemed like it was in a realm that was hard to touch. No matter how violent the purple Tushita flames were, no matter how the golden ropes formed of the golden canopy palm bound the winds, clouds, sun, and moon, no matter how fearless and unyielding the Vajrabhati was. The dark clouds always existed there, not dissipating and not extinguishing, gathering and dispersing unpredictably. On the ground, seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly. There are already some traces of Buddhism's impermanence. Clashing head-on with Yuan Tian, Yendi could see even more. Within the depths of those dark clouds, there seemed to be a wheel spinning unceasingly. Every time Yendi's attack landed on the dark clouds, that wheel would spin even more rapidly. That was where the true core of Yuan Tian's fist intent lay, causing boundless dark clouds to surge, gradually surrounding Yendi. With the clear chi robe on me, I'm already not much different from a martial saint. Yendi said mildly, the image of Vajra suddenly dispersing from his palm, the power of the golden canopy palm and the Tushita palm also vanishing. His fingers formed a saber as he raised them high into the air, and if there isn't much of a difference between our cultivation bases, as he said this, Yendi's raised right hand chopped downwards. A sharp saber intent swept through the surrounding area. Between the heavens and the earth, the scenes seemed to suddenly distort. A massive crevice appeared amidst space, completely pitch black. Space was truly ripped apart at this moment. As Yendi's saber chopped downwards, an immeasurable, limitless power was imbued onto the blade of the saber. At this moment, Yuan Tian only had a single feeling, that the vast, immeasurable sky above his head seemed to have transformed into the blade of Yendi's saber, chopping downwards towards him. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the immeasurable heavenly saber. A supreme saber art inherited from the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga. Invincible in the 8 extremities world in the past, infinite and immeasurable, the saber of the sky. Currently, with the clear chi robe on Yendi, the power of this saber far surpassed that of when the Eastern Tang had battled the Sacred Sun clan. Once upon a time, when he had still only been a junior, Yuan Tian had once personally witnessed the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Donga brandishing his saber. Facing Yendi at this moment, he could only vaguely feel that the invincible existence of the 8 extremities world that year actually seemed to have reappeared in this world once more. The dark clouds were broken apart. That wheel at their center also split into 2 by that saber. As the saber intent that cleaved through the sky scattered, Yendi said calmly, "If there isn't much of a difference between our cultivation bases, I win, you lose." The heavens and the earth were completely silent, as if shocked by Yendi's declaration of absolute victory against a martial saint as a martial grandmaster. Looking at Yendi, Yuan Tian chuckled. "Yendi, Invincible, Yin. What a good invincible Yin. He extended his hands horizontally to the sides, before slowly bringing them together towards the center. Winds surged and clouds surged between the heavens and the earth, a boundless sea of gray clouds obscuring the sky once more. I admit that with the clear Qi robe, you are an opponent of sufficient weight, just like Huang Guanglia and the others. Yuan Tian's expression was indifferent. Having been able to reach his current height, his will was extremely firm. However, as for who wins and who loses, words alone are not enough to prove it. Only when one side is completely dead can a conclusion be made. Yuan Tian said coldly. What I don't know is, with you and me clashing here, how will Broad Creed Mountain avoid this great tribulation? Whatever the reason, you and the clear Qi robe having left Broad Creed Mountain, you are all alone and without help. Even if Huang Guanglia has not left seclusion, as long as the Sacred Sun clan has the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, they will definitely come. Chapter 276. Faced with the gray clouds that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun once more, Yindi's expression did not change as he hacked out with his saber. The majestic and boundless saber intent forcefully tore apart the gray clouds. Faced with Yindi's immeasurable heavenly saber, those indistinct, indeterminate dark clouds were also hard-pressed to maintain their previous indiscernible, profound state. It was as though Yindi's saber had chopped down to the mundane world, now within reach once more. In the face of such a tyrannical and terrifying attack, Yuan Tian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a long gray whip suddenly appeared. The long whip swam about, merging with the dark clouds, changing unpredictably. From that long gray whip, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation and concept was created. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. Although it wasn't a holy weapon, Yuan Tian's aura was different with the whip in his hand. His martial true intent and the weapon's spiritual energy fused together, boosting each other and instantly unleashing an astonishing might. Yindi let out a clear roar, his palm making the motion of drawing a saber in midair. A purple long saber fell into his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the saber slashed out. Not only did the power of the clear Qi robe augment Yindi, it also merged with the high-grade spirit artifact in his hands, the heavenly dragon saber. Beneath Yindi's saber, the dark clouds dispersed, the whip in Yuan Tian's hands wailing as though it had a life of its own. Yuan Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. There was not the slightest trace of humiliation or anger on his face. The long whip in his hand unfurled, and it was as if a 10,000-li-long dragon was soaring through the sky. The dark clouds had completely turned into a sea of clouds, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles and concealing Yuan Tian's figure. There was only that roiling black whip which traversed the clouds, resembling an evil dragon extending its head as it peered down at Yindi. Streaks of pitch-black lightning descended from the sky like a heavy rain. In the center of the dark clouds, a huge vortex was formed once more. The range of the vortex was so vast that it seemed to fill up the entire sky. On the great earth below, Yin Zhaoge and the others stood within the Yin family ancestral mansion, raising their heads. It was as though the entire sky above their heads, all the way to the distant horizon, was enveloped by a vortex of dark clouds. Looking up, it was as if the entire sky was spinning. As the earth trembled, everything, including the shattered rocks, began to float into the air, as if they were about to be sucked into the vortex in the sky. As far as the eye could see, it seemed like the entire Yunjin prefecture was about to be overturned by Yuan Tian. Only the place where Yindi stood, as well as the Yin family ancestral mansion beneath him, remained completely unscathed. Yindi would naturally not sit by and watch as Yuan Tian wreaked so much havoc in the lands of the Central Heaven region. Other than the Yin family, there were also countless life forms living and thriving within Yunjin County. He held the heavenly dragon saber in his right hand and slammed his left palm into the ground. Yindi's left hand manifested the image of Vajra once more, radiating a glazed light. An unwavering, powerful will merged with the clear chi robe, specks of black and yellow radiance condensed and heavy, pressuring down towards the great earth down below. Streams of clear chi filled the surroundings. They seemed as inconspicuous as air, but they instantly froze the surroundings. At the same time, Yendi chopped out with his saber upwards with his right hand, a majestic saber light cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth as it pierced straight into the clouds. Yendi's immeasurable heavenly saber hacked into the massive vortex within the sky. As the vortex circulated, the jet-black light dragon bobbed up and down, wanting to grind Yendi's saber light to pieces. However, the boundless saber light, which seemed to have gathered the boundless power of the world around it, remained standing. The saber light did not shatter. As it flickered, it was that vortex formed of dark clouds that began shaking unceasingly, seemingly gradually approaching the point of collapse. Despite suffering a setback, Yuan Tian's will did not waver in the least as he continued clashing with Yendi. He did not clash head-on with Yendi's immeasurable heavenly saber, instead calming his heart and tangling with Yendi in a roaming battle. As an exalted martial saint expert, facing Yendi and the clear chi robe, he actually had to use such a method. It was inevitable that he would feel disappointed. However, Yuan Tian did not mind this. While his devilish arts were strange and domineering, as compared to the immeasurable heavenly saber, they were not suitable for head-on clashes. Yendi's immeasurable heavenly saber swung widely, domineering and domineering. Clashing head-on with it unceasingly would not be wise for Yuan Tian. Moreover, while it was true that Yendi's strength had skyrocketed thanks to the clear chi robe, he was not a true martial saint at the end of the day, and wielding a sacred artifact consumed a great deal of his strength. Correspondingly, the most crucial problem was that the longer Yendi and the clear chi robe left Broad Creed Mountain, the greater the danger that Broad Creed Mountain was in. As long as he could delay Yendi here for a long time, it would already be a victory for Yuan Tian. Amidst the dark clouds, Yuan Tian's gaze was cold as he looked calmly at Yendi, no anger or anxiety visible on his face at all. It was just that what caused Yuan Tian to feel wary was the fact that Yendi similarly appeared as stable as Mount Tai, not panicking in the least. Yendi was indeed not in a rush. As he struck out with his saber, hacking at the vortex of dark clouds above his head, he asked calmly, "Zhaoge, how are your preparations?" In the Yin family manor down below, Yin Zhaoge stood in the ancestral temple, the guardian grand formation beneath his feet circulating to the maximum. Yin Zhaoge was currently standing on the core of the formation, a stone pillar standing beside him. It was precisely the pillar of the Divine Palace. If the pillar of the Divine Palace returned to its original size, it would burst through the roof of the Yin family ancestral temple. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had controlled its size, keeping its height to around 3 meters, allowing it to stand within the ancestral temple. "Everything is in place," Yin Zhaoge smiled. Yuan Tian frowned. He had already personally experienced the power of the guardian grand formation of the Yin family ancestral manor earlier. Let alone him, even Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters could be seen as nothing by it. However much of a heaven-defying genius Yin Zhaoge was, the gap between them was currently too great. It was also impossible for these things to be of much help to Yendi. With regards to the current battle situation, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This current battle of the Martial Saint realm was completely not something that Yin Zhaoge and the others of the Yin family could participate in. If not for Yendi's protection, just the aftershocks of their clash alone would be sufficient to flatten Yunjin County, even overturning the heavens and earth of the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. However, the keen intuition of his many years of dominance told Yuan Tian that there really was danger. As these thoughts flashed through his mind at lightning speed, Yuan Tian suddenly retreated. However, as Yendi chopped out with his saber, the majestic saber light transformed the toughness of 100 times tempered into the softness of a finger. The immeasurable heavenly saber was not just tough and ferocious. The gentle saber light resembled a long, meandering river, sucking in the dark clouds within the sky, causing Yuan Tian to be unable to immediately retreat. Seeing this, Yuan Tian completely understood what was going on, knowing that the situation was not good, having to first retreat before making any further plans. However, in the Yin family ancestral temple down below, after bowing to his ancestors, Yin Zhaoge circled around the pillar of the divine palace. With every step he took, he punched out towards the pillar of the divine palace. 9 consecutive steps, 9 punches. Yin Zhaoge's fist intent shook the pillar of the divine palace, its surface lighting up with a dazzling radiance. A rune mark lit up on Yin Zhaoge's forehead. The guardian grand formation of a Yin family ancestral manor lit up with an unprecedentedly bright glow. Clashing with Yuan Tian in midair, a rune mark lit up on the forehead of Yendi. On the great earth, a thick pattern of light lit up, rapidly extending towards the northeast. Where the light illuminated, the boundaries of space seemed to be blurring. Yendi's saber light sucked in Yuan Tian, the figures of the two gradually turning blurry amidst the air. To be continued. Chapter 277. Faced with this sudden change, Yuan Tian's emotions fluctuated as he let out a low roar filled with shock and anger. However, his and Yendi's silhouettes became blurry in the air, finally disappearing into the horizon. The dark clouds that enveloped the heavens and the earth also dissipated along with them. Sunlight reappeared in the clear sky above everyone's heads. Seeing Yin Di and Yuan Tian's silhouettes disappear, Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh. It wasn't easy, but we succeeded. Ahu! Yin Wenjin and the others looked at Yin Zhaoge blankly, not understanding. Zhaoge, where are the family head and the devil saint? Yin Zhaoge looked towards the northeast. They were sent to Broad Creed Mountain. Ahu and the others looked at each other. Yin Wenjin and the others didn't know how to reply, constantly thinking about how to phrase it. Ahu directly asked, Young Master Ah, aren't we trying to prevent external enemies from invading? Especially a peak expert like the Devil's Saint Yuan Tian. If he enters the core of Broad Creed Mountain, wouldn't he be opening the door to thieves? At that time, if other enemies work together with him, Yin Zhaoge said, relax. Although they were sent back to Broad Creed Mountain together, under Father's control, the Guardian Grand Formation has long since changed. A foreign dimension has been temporarily constructed in the air above Broad Creed Mountain. Father and Yuan Tian have been transported there. There, Father can still draw on the power of the Guardian Grand Formation, making use of the geographical advantage. This way, he will have the upper hand when fighting Yuan Tian. At the same time, he can also watch over the clan. Yin Zhaoge said, even if the other experts of the clan have to attend to their own duties, guarding against other enemies and not being able to leave, with Father's clear chi robe and the assistance of the clan's Guardian Grand Formation, if it were just a one-on-one battle with Yuan Tian, it would be questionable whether Yuan Tian would be able to leave Broad Creed Mountain alive. Compared to other enemies, Yuan Tian is still the most obvious threat. If we can get rid of him first, we will save a lot of effort later. If a martial saint went all out without being restrained by someone of the same level, he would form an unstoppable destructive force. Ahu, Yin Wenjin, and the others all looked towards the pillar of the divine palace within the Yin family ancestral hall. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. He had only discussed this plan with Yin Di. The higher echelon bigwigs over there only knew that Yin Di had adjusted the Guardian Grand Formation and created a temporary foreign dimension to act as a battlefield, preventing the clan itself from being attacked. However, he didn't know that it was a cage specially prepared for Yuan Tian or the Great Sun Heaven-measuring ruler. After all, it was extremely difficult to teleport a powerhouse of this level to that place. Normally, this would be almost unimaginable. This time, he had to satisfy multiple conditions at the same time to be able to succeed in one fell swoop. Basically, it was very difficult to replicate. Only Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di knew all the steps and main points of the plan beforehand. If my dad is a member of Decimating Abyss, then I can only admit that I'm unlucky this time, Yin Zhaoge thought as he kept the pillar of the divine palace. Swiveling his head to look at Yin Wenjin, Yin Zhaoga said, "Third granduncle, the guardian grand formation of our family's ancestral mansion is currently virtually completely destroyed. If we want to set it up again, we will probably have to expend some effort. It doesn't matter. This is something that can't be helped." Regaining her wits, Yin Wenjin said emotionally, "Chaos is hard to come by. If Broad Creed Mountain meets with a calamity, my Yin family will also be affected." Yin Zhaoga said, "The family should still have some of the treasures needed to set up the formation. If we really lack them, we can only temporarily use other things to replace them. I will first help to set up the formation. As for the rest, after this battle, when my father is free, I will then make adjustments." Without needing to hear the rumors, just from what they had just seen and heard, Yin Wenjin and the others could confirm that Yin Zhaoga's attainments and formations far surpassed that of ordinary martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even far surpassing everyone present. Yin Wenjin immediately gave the order, and they all assisted Yin Zhaoga in rapidly setting up the formation again. Although it wasn't as good as the grand formation of the ancestral ground from before, at least it was able to allow the formation to circulate once more. Yin Zhaoga said, "I have to hurry over to Lianhu County. Third granduncle, be careful here." After taking his leave of Yin Wenjin and the others, Yin Zhaoga brought Hu and Pan Pan out of the ancestral mansion. He did not return to the clan, instead hurrying over to Lianhu County. Young Master, with the decimating abyss causing trouble in Lianhu County, wanting to guide the opening of the Great Nine Underworld's door once more, there will also be bigwigs of the clan rushing over to deal with it, right? Ahu asked. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoga gazed into the distance. The two grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhang, will both have to sit over the clan, taking turns to take turns. One will stand guard over Grandmaster, while the other will sit in the center, guarding against any unexpected situations. The first seat of the Heaven-Sealing Gorge, Elder Gong, will also have to stand guard over the Heaven-Sealing Gorge at all times, unable to leave even for a moment. Father will specialize in dealing with the martial saint experts or sacred artifacts of the other side. If someone comes to deal with the situation in Lianhu County, it will be either eldest apprentice uncle or second apprentice uncle. The clan currently only has these few transcending mortality martial grandmasters and late essence talisman martial grandmasters. If eldest apprentice uncle and second apprentice uncle cannot leave, senior apprentice uncle Fu may also come. After calculating for a moment, Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, did you forget someone?" The first seat of the martial repository, Elder Xian Dongping, is an existence even stronger than the two grand elders, Elder He and Elder Zhang, only being inferior to the old clan chief. While it is hard to say who is stronger between him and the family head, he definitely has a place amongst the top 3 experts of Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoga did not speak, raising his head slightly, asking after a while, "Now, it can already be confirmed that there are still people of the decimating abyss amongst the clan's higher echelons. Ahu, if you had to guess the most likely one, who do you think it is?" "I only mean feeling and guessing." Hearing his words, Ahu opened his mouth. If I were to guess, Elder Xian and Elder Fong are both possible," Yin Zhaoga nodded. "That's right, similar fates, one losing to Grandmaster, the other losing to Father. Because of the former's defeat that year, a barrier has always remained in his heart, unable to break through that final bottleneck and step into the martial saint realm. The latter is hailed as a hidden dragon, but will very likely remain hidden for the rest of his life." Yin Zhaoga gazed into the distance. The human heart is inscrutable, and no one knows what others are thinking. That aside, everyone knows that those two are unhappy within their hearts. Ahu grinned. "Young master, you seem to be even more wary of Elder X." Yin Zhaoga said, "While second apprentice uncle is the one who is directly competing with father, perhaps it is precisely because we are more familiar with each other that I instead hope for him not to change. Of course, I do not deny that there is another reason. If Elder Xian changes, the danger he poses may very well be even greater than second apprentice uncle's. Don't just look at how this old man seems like an otherworldly expert. Actually, his influence in Broadcreed Mountain has always been not small. This has something to do with Grandmaster never being able to step into the martial saint realm. It is also that Elder Xian himself similarly lacks that crucial final step. Otherwise, if he had become a martial saint first, the one who would be embarrassed would be Grandmaster. Ahu said, because of this, perhaps Elder Xian instead has hope, his obsession not turning into a devilish will. Instead, for Elder Fong's side, unless the family head perishes or falls into the same situation as the old chief, he will never have hope. But the possibility of this is also too low. Yin Zhaoga nodded. That's right. It is also possible. Ahu hesitated for a moment before asking. Then, young master, if it is both Elder Xian and Elder Fong, Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes, then this tribulation of our clan today will really not be easy to pass. Chapter 278. Yin Zhaoga, Ahu and Pan Pan hurried to Lianhu County together. There, he met Shi Tai and Xue Fei, who had just arrived. In the end, Shi Tai had been the one to deal with the problem here at Lianhu County, while Yin Zhaoga had also obtained the news regarding Fong Zhuan and Lu Wen. Ahu's face was bitter as he looked at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Eldest apprentice uncle, senior apprentice brother Su, how are the other peak experts of the clan now? Xue Fei answered, senior apprentice uncle, Yin is fighting with the demon saint in the foreign dimension. Elder Zhang and Elder Xian are guarding the Mountain Gate Grand Formation, guarding against other enemies while helping senior apprentice uncle Yin. Elder He is guarding Grandmaster, while senior apprentice uncle Fu is looking for senior apprentice uncle Fong. Yin Zhaoga nodded soundlessly, the group chatting as they walked. There were many lakes within the boundaries of Lianhu County. They formed a continuous stretch, resembling a small country of water. Walking here, Yin Zhaoga had the feeling of having returned to the region of the lake domain's clear concealed lake. As they approached the southern part of Lianhu County, the terrifying aura that could shake one's heart and soul appeared once again. Looking from afar, one could see a thick black fog covering the sky. Within the black fog, blood-red lightning flashed and flickered. It looked like the end of the world. The lake below was as black as ink, and one could vaguely see a huge array laid on the ground. The array patterns flickered with black light. Yin Zhaoga swiveled his head to look at Shi Tai, eldest apprentice uncle. The technique that the other party used to shift the location of the descent of the Great Nine Underworld's door is extremely profound and not easy to break. It should not be used just once. This time, we should also make preparations beforehand. Shi Tai said, most likely so. The group of people charged towards the core area of the Demon Domain Grand Array. What was rather unusual was that they did not encounter any decimating abyss martial artists blocking them. Yin Zhaoga's pupils dilated slightly. They must have set up some sort of mechanism. If the core of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation here is destroyed, the descending location of the Great Nine Underworld's door will change once more. The reason why they are not stopping them now is not because they don't care. Instead, it's because they want to make use of the time when we are suppressing the door of the Nine Underworlds to launch a surprise attack. At that time, we will be distracted by suppressing the door of the Nine Underworlds, and the situation will be greatly advantageous to them. Shi Tai and the others frowned when they heard this. Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath, and it is impossible for us to sit back and watch as the Great Nine Underworld's door descends. However, looking at the devilish mark on the back of his left hand, Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes into slits. However, our understanding of the Devilish Domain Grand Formation has also improved greatly from the previous two times. Along the way, they stepped into the central region of that crimson devilish domain once more. Seeing the tall golden tower standing towering before them once more, Yin Zhaoga's expression was neither sad nor joyless. This place was completely empty, leaving only the demonic domain great array that was still rumbling in operation. At the top of the golden tower, a red door of light was projected onto the ground, guiding the Nine Underworlds to descend into this world. Black runes extended from all directions and converged once again, wrapping around the golden tower like chains. Yin Zhaoge did not hesitate in the slightest as he flew forward, his palms flipping through the air, palm after palm, striking down on those numerous black spirit patterns as though piercing through flowers and brushing willows. As these spirit patterns were struck by Yin Zhaoge, a small ring instantly surfaced on their surface. Within the ring that flickered with white light, a complex, profound pattern appeared, engraved on the spirit patterns of the devilish domain grand formation like a seal. While the pillar of the divine palace is temporarily unable to be used, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm as he struck out with palm after palm. Finally, he came to the foot of the golden tower, his hands simultaneously drawing out a massive rune before imprinting it on the golden tower. "Eldest apprentice uncle," Yin Zhaoge called out. Having long since been prepared, Shurtai also strode forward, treading the air as he arrived at the top of the tower, his palm descending. The golden tower shook mightily, the numerous black spirit patterns entangling it beginning to roll mightily in reverse. The devilish domain grand formation gradually dissipated, but the devilish chi did not move elsewhere as the decimating abyss martial practitioners had hoped. Meanwhile, the aura of the 9 underworlds here was growing dimmer and dimmer, that tall golden tower clearly beginning to shrink at this moment. It shrunk stably, not instantly collapsing. Seeing this, Su Fei and Ahu both heaved a sigh of relief, Ahu breaking into a wide grin. "Young master, at this time, even the formation experts of the decimating abyss are probably not as proficient as you in this devilish domain grand formation." Yin Zhaoge's hands had already left the golden tower at this moment, with Shurtai, a late essence talisman martial grandmaster, suppressing it. It would be enough. Before they could reply, a vigorous dark light appeared before their eyes, easily penetrating the boundless darkness as it shot fiercely towards them. The speed of that dark light left Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Ahu completely unable to react. It resembled true black lightning, its power condensed to the extreme as it seemed able to directly rip the great earth apart. However, Shurtai was able to detect the other party's attack in time. His body transformed into Vajra, light shining to the extreme. Even within the domain of devilish chi, he resembled a pillar of support, causing the devilish chi to be hard-pressed to approach him as most of the surrounding black fog was dispersed. One hand still pressed on the golden tower, Shurtai punched out with his other, directly forcibly meeting that terrifying dark light. Bright light lit up between the heavens and the earth, illuminating the gloomy great earth. Shurtai gazed at the newcomer. It was precisely his old opponent, the scaly dragon king Sima Chue. The two could already be considered to have known each other very well. Meeting on a narrow path, they did not waste time on words, directly making their move. However, as Yin Zhaoge had predicted, Shurtai, who had a focus on suppressing the devilish domain grand formation and the great 9 underworld's door, was unable to deal with Sima Chue with his full strength. Pressing his palm on the golden tower, Shurtai was temporarily unable to move his body as he wished, only able to remain where he was to face the enemy. However, he dealt with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, resembling a rock amidst tempestuous storms and tempestuous waves, never collapsing. His techniques seemed to be sealing whilst also sealing, his defense impenetrable, not giving the enemy any chance to take advantage of him. Sima Chue's powerful attacks were all unable to advance a single step. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy, not having relaxed in the slightest. Ahu also stopped smiling, turning to look in another direction along with Su Fei. There, many figures flickered, stepping into the world enveloped by the red light before them. Some of them looked familiar to Yin Zhaoge. Even if they didn't, the garb of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners on them told him that they were Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners originally stationed in Lianhu County. Everyone's cultivation level was high and low. The high ones were Grandmaster martial artists, while the low ones were only body refinement martial artists. However, the commonality that all of them shared at this moment was that their spirits were all dispirited, their bodies limp as they were clearly under someone's control. Some of them were injured, but unable to receive treatment at this moment. They could only watch as their blood flowed freely. Beside the group of Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners was another group of martial practitioners who possessed a rather evil aura. Seeing one of them, Yin Zhaoga's gaze hardened slightly. His entire body was enveloped in a black robe, a cloak concealing his head and face. The only half of his face that was revealed was even a jet black mask. To be continued. Chapter 279. Like Zhang Yao, Yi Zhongzhou, and the others who had been captured by Liu Shangfeng back then, these Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners had clearly all been persecuted and tortured. The other party had intended to force them into despair, hatred, fear, and fury, unable to extricate themselves, finally losing control of their mental states. Under the influence of the aura of the 9 underworlds, devilish intent would quickly grow within them, even falling to the dark side. As for those decimating abyss martial practitioners, their cultivation bases also varied. However, there were 5 among them that Yin Zhaoga and the others paid particular attention to. As those 5 breathed, their auras resembled thunder, their acupoints shaking as though they possessed divinity, their aura chis filled with spirituality, yet also returning to simplicity. They were clearly all martial grandmasters. Of the 5 martial grandmasters, their cultivation bases also varied. Yin Zhaoga and Su Fei both recognized the white-haired old man among them. He was a late spirit vessel martial grandmaster of Broad Creed Mountain. It was just that this old man's eyes were yellowed, emitting a blood-red light. He had clearly already fallen completely to the dark side. However, the one who attracted Yin Zhaoga and Su Fei's attention the most was still the person beside that white-haired old man, that masked man who had once clashed with them. The gazes of the other decimating abyss martial grandmasters were also focused on Yin Zhaoga, Su Fei, and Ahu. There was only that person enveloped entirely in a black robe who now suddenly raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Shi Tai battling Sima Che on the Golden Tower. His entire face was concealed beneath a mask, only his 2 yellowed eyes emitting a piercing blood-red light. While Shi Tai on the Golden Tower was simultaneously suppressing the Golden Tower while also clashing with Sima Che, he was still constantly alert to the surroundings. The arrival of a group of people down below did not escape his eyes. Looking at that masked martial practitioner, gazing at those eyes that seemed to be blazing, Shi Tai's unwavering gaze that was like an ancient well without ripples suddenly flickered. On the decimating abyss side, that white-haired old man looked towards Yin Zhaoga and the others. The other decimating abyss martial practitioners also looked warily at Yin Zhaoga, Su Fei, and Ahu. Seeing Yin Zhaoga, Shi Tai, and the others, the faces of the captured Broad Creed abyss martial practitioners lit up once more. After glancing at the white-haired old man, Yin Zhaoga's gaze returned to that masked man. Gazing at the other party, Yin Zhaoga said slowly, "Change to a new mask. But it's meaningless. I've already seen everything I should have seen in that foreign dimension." Yin Zhaoga sighed. "It is senior apprentice brother Shi Songtao, right? Although I hoped that you would return safely, I never thought that it would be in such a way." That masked martial practitioner now finally retracted his gaze from Shi Tai, looking at Yin Zhaoga indifferently, not speaking. Yin Zhaoga shook his head. "Do you think I'm tricking you? Even if you weren't sure before, the way you stared at eldest martial uncle just now has already explained everything." When Xue Fei saw the mask on the other party's face, he could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Yin Zhaoga said calmly, "If I don't guess wrongly, not using your original martial arts is actually not because you are worried that we will see through your identity, but because you despise Broad Creed Mountain, despise the martial arts that eldest apprentice uncle taught you, therefore intentionally not using them. Concealing your face with a mask. While it is true that you do not want others to recognize you, it is more because you do not want others to mention that you were once a disciple of Broad Creed Abyss, the son of eldest apprentice uncle." Yin Zhaoga's tone was complex. "You despise having your past mentioned, not because you feel ashamed or have no face." Hearing his words, The decimating abyss martial practitioners present all had different expressions on their faces, clearly shocked within their gazes. Swiveling his head to look at the person beside him, that white-haired old man's expression was also a little strange. You are Song Tao, the son of Shirtai? That year, weren't you? That masked martial practitioner remained silent, but the gaze with which he looked at Yin Zhaoga contained even more fury. Yin Zhaoga sighed. Since your identity has already been revealed, why do you still need to wear that mask? In your own heart, it is not that you have no face to see others' The black mask was finally taken off, revealing a face that Yin Zhaoga and the others were familiar with whilst also unfamiliar with. That was a young man who looked to be in his early 30s. His facial features were 90% similar to Shirtai's, as though they had been cast from the same mold. Full of bitterness, Su Fei virtually squeezed out 3 words from the gaps of his teeth. Senior, apprentice brother Shir. This martial grandmaster who had nearly assassinated Su Fei in the devilish domain grand formation at Clear Concealed Lake was shockingly the son of Shirtai, who had been missing for many years. The former genius of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, Shir Song Tao. In midair, Shirtai repelled Sima Chue with a single punch, his gaze falling on Shir Song Tao, unable to shift away for a long time. Having taken off his mask, Shir Song Tao no longer cared if his voice could be recognized by others, finally opening his mouth to say, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "I've returned from hell." A simple greeting, but it caused the bodies of Yin Zhaoga and the others to feel a chill run down their spines. That mild tone contained venom and coldness, seemingly inscribed into their very bones. Su Fei said with difficulty, "Senior apprentice brother Shir, have you been in the decimating abyss all these years? That year, was it them who saved you?" Shir Song Tao nodded mildly. "Otherwise, it would have been you." He raised his head to look at Shirtai on the tall golden tower. It was him. Treading within the air, Shirtai resembled a stone statue as he stood there, unmoving. "Junior apprentice brother Su, what do you want to say? You want to say that your master, my father, also had his own difficulties that year?" Shir Song Tao's tone was very indifferent, causing one to feel a chill down to the very core. Everyone has their own difficulties, but that doesn't mean that others can understand them, can accept them. Shir Song Tao raised his head to look at Shirtai. He chose to protect Broad Creed Mountain's interests, choosing to take care of the many, sacrificing me. Sacrificing me, so be it, Shir Song Tao said mildly. If it were just that, I actually wouldn't hate him. Since he gave birth to me, I'll just take it as returning this life to him. However, it wasn't just me who was sacrificed. Shir Song Tao's tone finally fluctuated, a blood-red light shooting out from his yellowed pupils, as though there were flames blazing within. My wife, my son, were sacrificed together with me. Yuzhen, my wife, she wasn't a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Just because she married me, just because she's your daughter-in-law, she had to be sacrificed for Broad Creed Mountain? Junior, he was only 3 that year, an ignorant child. Was he also going to lose his life because of this? Shir Song Tao stared at Shirtai. There are some questions that I've always wanted to ask you. If the ones in danger were other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, protecting the clan's interests while also saving us, which side would you choose? If 2 sides were in danger, one being other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, the other being our family of 3, which side would you choose? Shirtai was expressionless, resembling a statue, but his low voice reverberated in the air. This has nothing to do with who it is. Hearing his words, Shir Song Tao chuckled. Indeed, an answer you would give. In your heart, the whole is more important than the individual, the many more important than the few. Your responsibility towards the clan overrides your personal feelings. As Shir Song Tao spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. Then, you could try to make another choice now. Chapter 280. Shir Song Tao walked to the center of the captured Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners, raising his head to look at Shirtai. A low, hoarse voice resounded. Now, there are 7 people on my left and 15 on my right. Shir Song Tao raised his head to look at Shirtai. If I say that I want to kill all of them on one side, which side do you think I should choose? An oppressive cold light shot out from Sure Tai's eyes, his palm on the golden tower moving slightly, but not moving away. He extended his free hand towards Sure Songtao, but Sima Chue attacked with his spear, blocking Sure Tai. Sure Songtao said indifferently, "With your cultivation base, if you don't care about the core of the Grand Formation, even with the scaly Dragon King blocking, you can still jolt all of us to death through the air. But you can't ignore the Grand Formation that guides the descent of the 9 underworlds, right?" Sure Songtao swiveled his head to look at those broad creed, mountain martial practitioners. "Your current experiences are like mine that year. Compared to the consequences of the descent of the 9 underworlds, which could be 20,000, 200,000, 2 million, or even more people dying, the lives of your 20-odd people, in Sure Tai's eyes, seem insignificant." Some of those broad creed mountain martial practitioners had complex expressions on their faces, while some stubbornly glared angrily at Sure Songtao. Sure Songtao looked at Sure Tai. "Since that is so, then I already know your answer to the question just now." He looked left and right. 7 and 15, you definitely want to protect 15. Sure Songtao laughed lightly. "Decide with more people, right?" Despair instantly appeared on the faces of the 7 broad, creed, mountain martial practitioners on his left. However, Sure Songtao was not in a hurry to act, instead swiveling his head to look to the right. "But, of the remaining 15 people, if we split them into 5 on one side and 10 on the other, which side would you choose to protect?" Sure Tai's gaze turned heavy. Sure Songtao said mildly, "Decide with more people? That would be to protect 10 and give up 5? Very in line with your style, but..." Sure Songtao spread out his hands and coldly said, "In that case, there will be 10 survivors and 12 dead. Which side is more and which side is less?" Sure Tai looked at Sure Songtao and did not speak for a long time. Sure Songtao's gaze was also fixed on the tall figure in midair. "Senior apprentice brother Sure, I'll interrupt you for a moment," Yin Zhaoga suddenly said. "I won't say much, just 3 sentences. First of all, there are many times when it's not a simple matter of quantity. Given eldest martial uncle's personality, if he really had a choice, I feel that he wouldn't choose to sacrifice the majority, nor would he choose to sacrifice the minority. He would choose to sacrifice himself." Yin Zhaoga looked at Sure Songtao. As the old saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Conversely, this also makes some sense. I feel that your understanding of eldest apprentice uncle should be deeper than mine. Sure Songtao's gaze shifted from Sure Tai to Yin Zhaoga, cold and silent. Yin Zhaoga met his gaze calmly. The second sentence is actually to ask something. "Sister-in-law Yujin and June, are they already dead, or are they like you now?" Sure Songtao's wife, surnamed Ing and named Yujin, was a solitary practitioner. After getting to know Sure Songtao, the two had grown very close, becoming husband and wife, living harmoniously together. Afterwards, the son they had given birth to was named Sure Jun. It was even the old clan chief Yuan Zhengfeng who had helped to name him. The years following Sure Jun's birth had been the happiest days of Sure Tai and Sure Songtao's family. Sadly, however, good times didn't last long, as that tribulation had come afterwards. Sure Songtao's family of 3 had all met with disaster, all of them nowhere to be seen, unable to even collect their corpses. Now, Sure Songtao had finally reappeared, but Ing Yujin and Sure Jun were still nowhere to be seen. Looking at Sure Songtao, who resembled a wounded lone wolf, Yin Zhaoga, Sure Tai, and Su Fei all felt their hearts sink. As compared to Sure Tai and Su Fei, this question was still asked by Yin Zhaoga. Hearing this question, Sure Songtao's breathing abruptly halted, the fury and pain within his gaze even more intense than before. Looking at Sure Songtao, Yin Zhaoga said slowly, the third sentence. At this point, Yin Zhaoga suddenly moved. The cloak formed of crane feathers on his shoulders abruptly flipped, transforming into 2 massive wings. As they shook, he shot towards Sure Songtao and the others like a bolt of lightning. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yin Zhaoga's right eye. The next moment, a perfectly round purple orb appeared above his head. A desolate, ancient aura emanated, the orb flickering with the light of thunder, jumping abruptly. It was as though a person's eye had lightly blinked. Boom, 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 boom. An intense rumble of thunder resounded as the ball of light transformed into a thunderbolt, ripping through space in an instant. The thunderbolt was so fast that no one could react at all, directly striking down before that white-haired old man of the late spirit vessel Martial Grandmaster realm. It was as though a thunderbolt had descended from the heavens, destroying all filth and evil. As soon as Yin Zhaoga moved, the white-haired old man was alerted. The acupoints of his entire body pulsed, his aura chi circulating as his body flickered, wanting to evade. But the thunderbolt was really too fast. Fast to the point that his thoughts and his body were completely unable to react, having no time to react or judge, not even having the time to instinctively react. After Yin Zhaoga had stepped into the martial Grandmaster realm, activating the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and blazing it with all his might, an instant's thunder had skyrocketed madly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderbolt mightily exploded above the white-haired old man's head, shattering his protective aura chi, shattering the armor on his body. Finally, his fleshly body that had been tempered 100 times and was even tougher than metal exploded into a mist of blood. Insta-kill. Directly insta-kill. The third level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, was directly insta-killed on the spot by an instant's thunder. From Yin Zhaoga, making his move to the white-haired old man, being blown to the point where not even his bones remained. Only a blink of an eye had passed. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoga expanded his immortal crane wings, instantly arriving before them. A green sword light that resembled a jade dragon traversing the heavens flashed past. Of the 5 martial grandmasters of the decimating abyss side, following the white-haired old man, another one, an early spirit vessel martial grandmaster, was nailed to death by Yin Zhaoga's sword. Having been informed beforehand by Yin Zhaoga via sound transmission with his aura chi, Su Fei and Ahu also shot out, each dealing with one of the other 2 decimating abyss martial grandmasters. At the same time, Yin Zhaoga arrived by Shi Songtao's side. Dim light shone within Shi Songtao's hands as he sent a sword towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's hands interlocked, his body turning as he continuously stepped on the ground, resembling the movement of the stars as he speedily arrived behind Shi Songtao. His left hand chopped out, bringing with it the roar of thunder as it resembled a massive heaven-splitting blade, chopping down on Shi Songtao's sword-wielding right arm. A muffled cracking sound resounded as Shi Songtao's left arm instantly went limp, the sword in his hand falling to the ground. Sorry for the offense. At the same time, Yin Zhaoga kicked out from below, kicking Shi Songtao's leg. Like brandishing a great axe, chopping down a large tree, he directly kicked Shi Songtao into a half-kneeling position. Yin Zhaoga extended his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed Shi Songtao's neck from behind, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to move. My third sentence, Yin Zhaoga exhaled. Of the 22 fellow disciples here, senior apprentice brother Shi, you will not be able to kill a single one of them. Accompanied by his words, the white-haired old man was shattered by the thunder, transforming into a rain of blood that filled the entire sky, his splattering flesh and blood landing on the ground. To be continued. Chapter 281. When the surrounding, decimating abyss martial practitioners heard the rumbling of thunder, their minds were greatly shaken. They looked at the white-haired old man with the highest cultivation in their group, only to see a rain of blood splattering in the air. Flesh and blood splashed onto their faces. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe that the late-stage spirit vessel martial grandmaster white-haired old man had been killed so easily on the spot. Only when the scattered blood turned into black smoke and disappeared did they come back to their senses. And in the blink of an eye, Yin Zhaoga had killed yet another person, simultaneously restraining Shi Songtao. Towards these decimating abyss martial practitioners who had yet to become martial grandmasters, Yin Zhaoga stood where he was, the immortal crane wings expanding behind his back. Like a rain of light, the immortal crane feathers shot out in all directions, instantly turning the decimating abyss martial artists into sieves. On the other side, Shuefei and Ahu were also dealing with their opponents. The Broadcrete Mountain martial practitioners who had been captured now discovered that in the blink of an eye, they had already escaped from danger. Everyone was rather stunned as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, who resembled a divine soldier descending from the heavens, instantly purging the enemy. The decimating abyss martial practitioners, Shi Songtao included, didn't even have the chance to take hostages or kill to vent their anger before they had already been instantly swept away by the trio. Seeing that relaxed look on Yin Zhaoge's face, if not for him wanting to prevent the decimating abyss martial grandmaster from killing his fellow disciples at the first possible moment, even without Su Fei and Ahu having to make a move, he alone would have been able to forcibly clear the area. Even the attention of Shi Tai and Sima Chue in midair, as they clashed, was diverted to the ground below. This time, it was Shi Tai who had acted, leaving Sima Chue with no time to spare for anything else. Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, unceasingly inhaling and exhaling. At this moment, the purple orb formed from the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor had uncontrollably sunk into a state of complete dullness, completely devoid of spiritual qi. It resembled a gray stone orb, inconspicuous to the extreme as it was kept by Yin Zhaoge. The instant's thunder burned everything in an instant, concentrating all of its power in a single moment. With a single strike, Yin Zhaoge had expended all of the power that he could currently wield the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. However, it was precisely because of this that the might of an instant's lightning could be said to be extraordinary. The white-haired elder was at the late stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. He had formed a spirit seed and sprouted a spirit sprout. His martial arts' true spirit had already begun to take shape. He had fought in hundreds of battles, big and small, and was extremely experienced. If Yin Zhaoge were to clash head-on with him, regardless of victory or defeat, it would definitely not be something that could be decided in a single exchange. Now, however, it had been directly blown to smithereens by Yin Zhaoge's an instant's thunder. While an instant's thunder possessed peerless power, causing even gods and ghosts to flee, the sacred artifact fragment was closely linked to Yin Zhaoge's essence, qi, and spirit. As the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment fell into a slump, Yin Zhaoge's essence, qi, and spirit also declined greatly along with it. Yin Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. Therefore, even as he activated the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, in that short instant, he had also erupted with all of his potential. Before his condition truly deteriorated, he had managed to insta-kill Shi Songtao and his other opponent. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's fingers were locked around Shi Songtao's neck, suppressing the circulation of the aura qi within his body, shaking his flesh and blood, rendering him unable to move. However, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel that Shi Songtao was struggling unceasingly to resist. Beneath his skin, an explosive force surged unceasingly, shaking Yin Zhaoge's fingers to the point of numbness. Even though he had grabbed hold of his opponent's vitals, having been weakened along with the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, Yin Zhaoge felt that he would soon be unable to suppress Shi Songtao for just a few breaths' time. However, as Yin Zhaoge breathed in and out and regulated his body, gradually recovering some of his vitality, he still managed to firmly capture Shi Songtao. Shuefei and Ahu also very quickly finished off their respective opponents. Ahu came to Yin Zhaoge's side, looking inquiringly at him. Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need his help. Meanwhile, Shuefei helped to treat the injuries of those injured fellow disciples, while also casting his gaze towards Shi Songtao. In midair, seeing that he was unable to do anything to Shi Tai, also noticing that the golden tower being suppressed by Shi Tai was getting shorter and shorter, Sima Chue knew that if he didn't retreat quickly, in the instant that the golden tower was completely ground flat, Shi Tai would be completely freed. At that time, whether or not he would still be able to successfully retreat would be another matter altogether. After making a feint with his spear, Sima Chue began to escape. Shi Tai's fist intent expanded, enveloping the surrounding area, protecting Yin Zhaoge and the others. He didn't give chase, his palms still resting on the golden tower. Beneath his suppression, the golden tower shrunk unceasingly. The devilish domain grand formation was already on the verge of collapsing at this moment. With Yin Zhaoge suppressing Shi Songtao, the other broad creed, mountain martial practitioners who had been saved could finally heave a sigh of relief. It was just that their gazes began to shift between Shi Tai and Shi Songtao, a strange atmosphere brewing unceasingly. Ahu! Yin Zhaoge sighed lightly. Ahu nodded, taking over Shui Fei's job, treating the injuries of those broad creed mountain martial practitioners while also bringing them away from this place. The broad creed mountain martial practitioners all had complex feelings. After a moment of silence, they finally didn't ask anything as they left with Ahu. Shui Fei's expression was grave as he came before Shi Songtao. Shi Songtao instead calmed down now. He was currently unable to swivel his head to look at Yin Zhaoge behind him, but said mildly, "Your reputation is well-deserved." Yin Zhaoge asked, "Senior apprentice brother Shi, I've offended you. Still, what exactly was the answer to my second question?" Shi Songtao abruptly fell silent. On the golden tower, Shi Tai's gaze swept over Shi Songtao's entire body as he suddenly said, "Check his shadow, shrinking pouch." Shui Fei nodded, retrieving a shadow shrinking pouch from Shi Songtao's body. Shi Songtao looked coldly at him and Shi Tai, his gaze finally falling on the shadow, shrinking pouch, pain appearing within his eyes. Opening the shadow shrinking pouch, 3 transparent ice coffins appeared. One of the ice coffins was completely empty, while the other 2 contained a person each. One of them was a beautiful girl who looked to be in her early 20s, just that her eyes were tightly shut, as though she was in a deep sleep. And the other was a boy who looked to be around 10 years of age. The boy's face resembled that girl's, while his features were similar to Shi Tai and Shi Songtao's. Shui Fei's expression did not relax. Jun is still alive, but his life is also hanging by a thread. But sister-in-law Yujin. Yin Zhaoge looked over. Shi Tai's grandson, Shi Songtao's son, Shi Jun. When he had gone missing that year, he had only been a little over 3 years old. His current appearance was virtually equivalent to that of normal growth. However, the situation was also not optimistic. And with the current state of Shi Songtao's wife, Ying Yujin, it was very hard to say whether she was still alive. These ice coffins will temporarily suppress their bodies. After this matter, we will carefully think of a way. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shi Songtao, senior apprentice brother Shi. Now that things have come to this, why don't you say some things? That year, who exactly was it that saved you, also guiding you to the 9 underworlds? Is it someone from our sect? To be continued. Chapter 282. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Shi Songtao was silent for a long time before he said quietly, "Within your hearts, you should also have guesses, right?" Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei looked at him. Shi Tai's gaze was also focused on him. Shi Songtao raised his eyes and met Shi Tai's gaze. He said indifferently, "Actually, I have never seen his true appearance. Even when he saved me and taught me the dark light killing technique and other martial arts, I have never really come into contact with him. However, if you ask me, I feel that it's martial Uncle Fong." Hearing this, Shi Tai's eyes flickered as he stared at his son. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei's gazes hardened. "Since you have never seen his true appearance, how can you be sure that he is second apprentice uncle?" Yin Zhaoge asked in a heavy tone. "Based on his voice? To us, that person's cultivation base can disguise his or her voice, and it's very difficult for us to distinguish his or her cultivation base." Shi Songtao said lightly, "That's why I said it was my opinion. Of course, I wouldn't come to this conclusion out of thin air. I came to this conclusion after the Abyss Master provided me with a devilish domain formation that can guide the descent of the 9 underworlds without relying on the domain of Earth. His neck being held by Yin Zhaoge, He was unable to turn his head, but he still asked Yin Zhaoge, "Why do you think that senior apprentice Uncle Feng Jun, who had originally always been of the moderate faction like the longtime elders of the clan, later changed his style to be tough and radical, becoming like our fathers?" Shi Songtao looked at Shi Tai. "Do you really think that it's because he and Grandmaster both lean towards being unyielding that Martial Uncle Feng changed his mind? How could someone like Martial Uncle Feng change his ways so easily?" Shi Songtao's expression was indifferent. There was no sadness, no pride, no mockery. His tone was as calm as clear water. Yin Zhaoge restrained him from behind, asking, "Second apprentice uncle is the lord of the decimating abyss?" Through the higher echelon experts of the decimating abyss that they had captured earlier, Yin Zhaoge and those of Broad Creed Mountain already knew that the leader of the decimating abyss was internally known as the Abyss Lord. In reality, to the martial practitioners who had joined the Nine Hells and the decimating abyss, the true leader was the Nine Hells. As for the Abyss Master, he was the strongest expert in their group. He had the deepest understanding of the nine underworlds and grasped many secrets. To a certain extent, he was like the spokesperson of the nine underworlds. The Abyss Master was the one who proposed to guide the descent of the nine underworlds and create the domain of demonic chi. As for whether it was created and comprehended by itself, or if it was imparted after communicating with the nine underworlds, no one knew. At the same time, the Abyss Master was also extremely mysterious. No one knew his true identity. The Devil Saint Yuan Tian is not an isolated master. Yin Zhaoge gazed at Shi Songtao. "The meaning of your words is that the change in second apprentice uncle's way of thinking is related to the nine underworlds and the decimating abyss." Shi Songtao said mildly, "You should also know what Broad Creed Mountain's radical faction thinks of the moderate faction. Perhaps you've been influenced by senior apprentice Uncle Yin. I remember that you're also of the radical faction." While it was in front of Shi Tai, while it was discussing some seniors of the clan, Yin Zhaoge still said calmly, "Conservative fantasy, unrealistic, placing all hope on the enemy." A considerable portion of Broad Creed Mountain's longtime elders who had lived through that darkest period of the past, hoping to avoid conflict as much as possible with the external enemies at the head of the Sacred Sun clan, silently accumulating their strength until they rose to power once more. When necessary, he could make some sacrifices and concessions to buy time. This way of thinking was the same as when the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had been in power that year. At that time, Broad Creed Mountain had slowly survived its darkest period just like that, finally welcoming the dawn of its rise to power once more. However, the experts of the senior generation, led by the old chief Yuan Jingfeng and led by Yin Di, Shi Tai, and the others, held the opposite view. Because as they saw it, while they were developing, other powers like the Sacred Sun clan were also developing vigorously. It was impossible for them to be so kind as to just stand where they were, waiting for Broad Creed Mountain to develop and catch up to them, even surpassing them. Not just that, suppression, containment, and annihilation would come flooding over like the tides. And the current era was also different from when the Heaven Diviner Zhan Shilo had been in power. The greatest difference was that Zhan Shilo had already perished. Any disciple of Broad Creed Mountain would admit that when the exalted Heaven Shaker Zhan Donga had perished that year, Broad Creed Mountain's experts had suffered disastrous casualties, their vitality greatly damaged. If not for Zhan Shilo's sudden appearance, Broad Creed Mountain would probably already no longer exist now. With Zhan Shilo alive, the Broad Creed Mountain of that time had been able to bide its time, keeping a low profile and ensuring that its core interests would not be harmed, having the confidence to ensure that its bottom line would not be compromised. And now, if they still blindly retreated conservatively, that would be no different from carving a boat to seek a sword. Placing their hopes on their enemies was something that the radical faction was unable to accept. Shi Songtao said, "Then, under what conditions do you think the thinking of the moderate faction can be feasible?" Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. "Unless the Sacred Sun clan is like our clan in the past." Broad Creed Mountain's decline from its peak had begun with the invasion of the Flame Devil world. Countless Broad Creed Mountain experts had faced the Flame Devils, suffering disastrous casualties. That had still not happened on Broad Creed Mountain's territory, not in the Heaven Domain. And, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, if the thinking of the moderate faction did not become a castle in the air, a situation like the invasion of the Flame Devils that year occurring again, the main victims would still have to be the Sacred Sun clan or the Heavenly Thunderhall. If it had happened to the Heaven Domain and Broad Creed Mountain, there would be no need to talk about what had happened afterwards. Yin Zhaoge looked at Shi Songtao. What you mean is that the second apprentice uncle of the moderate faction back then set his sights on hell, on the 9 underworlds? He intended to guide the 9 underworlds to descend on the territory of the Sacred Sun clan, artificially creating a great calamity for the Sacred Sun clan? Shi Songtao's expression finally changed as he revealed a somewhat mocking smile. The history of the decimating abyss is not long. The Earth Domain's turbulence was intense, with more and more people being drawn over by the 9 underworlds more and more easily. This was all a matter of recent years. It was precisely because someone entered deep into hell, attempting to unravel the secrets within, opening a forbidden door. Sadly, in the end, some obsessions and evil thoughts within his heart may have been drawn over by the 9 underworlds, thus transforming into devilish thoughts. Originally intending to guide the 9 underworlds to descend, it has now instead become his target. Why did he fall towards the radical faction afterwards? Because he discovered that the more fierce the conflict between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the 2 great sacred grounds of the 8 extremities world, the more opportunities the 9 underworlds would have. Before this, whether he was radical or stable, it was all for Broad Creed Mountain. However, now that he is doing everything for the 9 underworlds, whether he is radical or stable is no longer important. It is no longer a concept, only a disguise and a method, because the goal of his life has already changed. Shi Songtao's expression was also a little complex. The decimating abyss that has brought calamity to Broad Creed Mountain, to the 8 extremities world, was precisely created by Broad Creed Mountain's own people. Su Fei and Yin Zhaoge exchanged looks. Shi Tai's expression was calm and solemn as he pressed down on the golden tower with his palm. That golden tower, at this moment, gradually disappeared, finally completely sealed by Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest as he walked towards Yin Zhaoge and Shi Songtao. To be continued. Chapter 283. Shi Tai walked in front of Shi Songtao. His tall body was like a mountain. However, the hearts of Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei both felt sour. Although his back was still ramrod straight, and his facial features were still firm, they could clearly feel a rare feeling of lethargy from Shi Tai. Shi Tai shook his head slightly, saying to Yin Zhaoge, "Leave it to me." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the will of his fist pressed down on Shi Songtao's body. Yin Zhaoge nodded, releasing Shi Songtao's neck as he retreated. But in the instant Shi Tai's fist intent suppressed Shi Songtao, Shi Songtao's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of Shi Tai, Yin Zhaoge, and Su Fei also changed slightly at this moment. From within Shi Songtao's body, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted. Shi Tai's expression changed drastically, and his martial arts fist intent instantly manifested. A clear light shone in all directions, enveloping Shi Songtao's entire body, trying to suppress that power. Shi Songtao's eyes were filled with astonishment as he felt the raging power in his body. Blood spurted out his mouth. His entire body was trembling. Every bone, every blood vessel, every acupoint seemed to be erupting like a mountain flood. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei were just standing by the side, not even having approached, when they already felt the infinite, boundless sword intent being generated within Shi Songtao's body. It was as if at this moment, Shi Songtao's entire being was composed of sword chi and sword intent. Boundless sword intent shot out from Shi Songtao's body in an endless stream. Blood seeped out from every pore on Shi Songtao's body, as if they were going to spray out at the same time. His entire body shattered, turning into countless blood swords that exploded. The vast and powerful sword insight seemed as high and boundless as the sky. It was also as heavy and powerful as the earth. Under the sword, it was as if it was a whole new world. However, at this moment, Shi Songtao's body was about to be turned into a world of flesh and blood. And the target of this sword, well, was Shi Tai. The vast, powerful force left Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei unable to approach. However, they were not unfamiliar with this sword intent. One of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 supreme arts, the limitless heavenly sword, created by the heaven diviner Zhan Shilo that year. A supreme martial art that stood alongside the heavenly Broad Creed palm and the immeasurable heavenly saber. It was just that at this moment, its target was the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. Shi Tai's eyes flickered with brilliance. He took a deep breath, and his entire body turned into a Vajra figure. At the same time, he became as resplendent and transparent as glass. His powerful martial arts fist intent was activated to the extreme, suppressing the power that had suddenly erupted from Shi Songtao's body. Unfortunately, this power came from within Shi Songtao's body, so the first thing that was destroyed was his body. Shi Tai gritted his teeth and spread his palms apart, forming a distorted suction force. Instead of completely suppressing it, he guided it while suppressing it. The terrifying sword intent condensed into a tangible sword light. Like an endless waterfall, it rushed out of Shi Songtao's body and headed straight for Shi Tai. Shi Tai's expression was firm as a boulder, the high-grade spirit artifact on his body, the profound light divine armor, having been removed at this critical moment. The profound light divine armor transformed into a streak of black light, enveloping Shi Songtao's body, wanting to temporarily suppress his body that was on the verge of shattering. However, at this moment, a strange golden light flashed in the magnificent and bright sword light. As the streaks of golden light swam about, they actually entangled the profound light divine armor, obstructing it for an instant. And that magnificent sword light directly hit Shi Tai's chest and abdomen. A powerful light erupted from Shi Tai's body, flickering unceasingly. However, that sword light also seemed infinite and limitless as it unceasingly struck Shi Tai's body. Shi Tai roared, mightily punching downwards, shattering that sword light. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei saw that Shi Tai's chest was not bleeding, but a large crater had been sunk in, numerous cracks densely covering it. That concept that was indestructible and inextinguishable like Vajra had also dimmed greatly at this moment. Shi Tai's expression did not change in the slightest, as though he could not feel any pain at all. Looking at Shi Songtao, some unsuppressible grief could be seen within his gaze. While he had guided the sword intent to attack him in time, even intending to protect Shi Songtao's body with the profound light divine armor, the sword intent had originally originated from within Shi Songtao's body. Whether or not it had injured Shi Tai, Shi Songtao would first have to suffer this sword. And this sword was not something that Shi Songtao could bear. Even as the other party had buried a streak of sword intent within Shi Songtao's body, he had also secretly set up other mechanisms. The essence of the wondrous flower, dormant dragon slumber, was rare throughout the world as it specifically countered the main material for forging profound light divine armors, the profound light divine metal. While Shi Tai had acted decisively and gone all out, Shi Songtao had still been heavily injured. Shi Songtao opened his mouth, blood spurting unceasingly from it, but he didn't seem to mind it much as he chuckled. Unexpectedly, Senior Apprentice Uncle Fong actually buried a streak of sword intent within my body. I also don't know when he looked at Shi Tai. It looks like it was specially prepared for you. Only your fist intent will be able to stimulate this sword intent. After all, you cultivate in the Vajra body, your fist intent being different from others being unique under the heavens, that golden light is dormant dragon. It was also specially used to deal with your profound light divine armor. Sure Tai clutched the wound on his chest with one hand, his other hand suppressing Sure Song Tao's body with his fist intent, preventing it from shattering. He sucked in a deep breath, first swiveling his head to look at Yin Zhaoga and Su Fei, saying in a heavy tone, "Immediately send a message back to the clan at the fastest possible speed, reporting the identity of the traitor, the decimating Abyss Lord." Sure Tai said slowly, one word at a time. The decimating Abyss Lord is not junior apprentice brother Fong, but senior apprentice uncle Xian Dongping. Yin Zhaoga and Su Fei both raised their brows, while a stunned look appeared within Sure Song Tao's gaze. Hearing Song Tao's words and suffering this sword, only then can I confirm this matter. Sure Tai slowly shook his head, looking at Sure Song Tao. "You have been misled by someone." Raising his eyes to meet Sure Tai's, Sure Song Tao said mildly after a long time, "You have always prioritized public matters before private matters. Why don't you feel that it was me who knew the truth, but intentionally did not say it, that it was me who misled and deceived you? You are in charge of the clan's punishments, and are familiar with all the great punishments of Broad Creed Mountain. Interrogation is your speciality, but you have still not made a move. On what basis can you determine that I have not deceived you, that the one who has been misled is me?" Sure Tai said calmly, "I can see it." Sure Song Tao was silent, saying after a while, "Whether senior apprentice Uncle Fong is the Abyss Lord or not, to me, is actually not important." He swiveled his head to look at the two crystal coffins containing the bodies of his wife and children. "To me, what is important is them." Looking at the third crystal coffin, Sure Song Tao sighed. "Fallen devils dissipate into nothingness after death. Even after I die, I will not be able to accompany them." While there was the suppression of Sure Tai's fist intent, Sure Song Tao's body, which had originally already been on the verge of collapse, finally began to completely shatter at this moment. His expression was mild, seemingly not minding this at all, just that the gaze with which he looked at his wife and children was filled with endless longing. Yin Zhaoga suddenly asked, "Senior apprentice brother Sure, what you hate the most in your heart is eldest apprentice uncle's choice of responsibility for the clan and abandoning his own familial ties, or your own inability to protect your wife and children?" Sure Song Tao said indifferently, "It's all not important anymore." His voice lingered, dissipating within the air. Sure Tai looked fixedly at Sure Song Tao's body shattering. His entire person resembled a statue. To be continued. Chapter 284. Accompanied by his death, Sure Song Tao's body transformed into black smoke, disappearing without a trace. Sure Tai closed his eyes, standing where he was for a long time, not speaking. But very quickly, he opened his eyes once more. While the wound on his chest still existed, his figure became tall and unyielding once more. Sure Tai swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoga and Shui Fei, who said, "I've already had Ahu inform the clan. Lianhu County's devilish domain grand formation has already been taken care of. Let's hurry back to the clan. We'll talk on the way." Sure Tai raised his hand, a stream of chi sweeping Yin Zhaoga and Shui Fei along as they flew upwards. "I hope that we can still make it in time." Those three crystal coffins had already been kept back into Sure Song Tao's shadow shrinking pouch by Yin Zhaoga, before being handed over to Sure Tai, who silently accepted them. After instructing the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had hurried over to take care of the aftermath, bringing along Ahu and Pan Pan, Sure Tai strode through the air, speeding back to the clan. Yin Zhaoga and the others looked worriedly at Sure Tai's wounds. That injury was not light. More importantly, Sure Tai cultivated in the Vajra body, his entire body flawless and without flaws, possessing great power in both attack and defense. However, as soon as damage appeared, the Vajra body would have a loophole, causing Sure Tai's strength to drop greatly, not just being affected by his injuries. Some martial practitioners could forcibly suppress their injuries. While there would be side effects, it would not affect their strength for a short period of time. But at this moment, Tai would inevitably be affected. If he were to clash with others in the future, his injuries would increase unceasingly. Tai's expression was calm, firm as a rock, seemingly not affected in the slightest. As they hurried along, he said, "There are some things that you know, and some things that you do not. The existence of the 9 underworlds has existed since ancient times, but there are many things within that everyone does not understand. Due to their fear of the 9 underworlds, everyone is conservative and wary of their exploration of hell, their progress being extremely slow." Junior apprentice brother Fong walked deeper than others, indeed being the first to come into contact with some of these secrets. However, he very quickly discovered the 9 underworlds' influence on one's mind, as he stopped at the precipice in time, giving up on venturing deeper. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga's gaze flickered. From the very beginning, second apprentice uncle was of the radical faction. Shui Fei also sucked in a deep breath, looking straight at Tai. "Also, his thinking is even more radical than yours and senior apprentice Uncle Yan's, even being the most radical and unyielding person in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, virtually to the point of being unscrupulous." Tai nodded. Junior apprentice brother Fong has indeed thought of guiding the descent of the 9 underworlds in the territory of the Sacred Sun clan. The reason why he is acting like a moderate faction is to conceal what is real and what is fake. On one hand, it is to cover for his plans, and, on the other hand, it is to give the outside world the false impression that he and junior apprentice brother Yin are at odds with each other in every aspect, and even their way of thinking and style of doing things are completely different. This will make the competition between him and junior apprentice brother Yin look even more intense in the eyes of the outside world. However, he soon discovered that it was actually the 9 Nether influencing his mind, intending to make him the guide of the 9 Nether. Tai said slowly, "Junior apprentice brother Fong is not an ordinary person." After discovering that he was gradually being led astray by the 9 Nether, he restrained himself with his supreme will, stopping his previous efforts in a timely manner, withdrawing from the quagmire. On the surface, junior apprentice brother Fong's style began to change, turning from stable to radical, but it was actually him finally expressing his true views. It is just that in order to prevent the change from being too sudden, he did so step by step. Tai looked at Yin Zhaoga and Shui Fei. "It is very normal that you do not know about this matter, because in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, other than junior apprentice brother Fong himself, only Master, me and junior apprentice brother Yin know about it. On one hand, the more people who knew about it, the more likely that some people would be tempted by the 9 underworlds. On the other hand, it was also to protect Fong Zhuan's reputation. After all, it was not a very glorious thing." Tai said, "When we first learnt of the existence of the decimating abyss, Master and I immediately thought of junior apprentice brother Fong, conducting investigations on him more than once. The results of our investigations showed that junior apprentice brother Fong did not walk that old path again. The birth of the decimating abyss should have nothing to do with him." Tai's voice was a little heavy. While junior apprentice brother Fong stopped in time, someone picked up what he had previously left behind, walking on this path. Yin Zhaoga said slowly, "It is impossible for Grandmaster and Father to be the Abyss Lord. Otherwise, it would not have been so troublesome. Broad Creed Mountain would have already been destroyed. You, eldest apprentice uncle, are clearly not it, and it is most likely impossible for second apprentice uncle as well. With his previous experience, even if he himself had realized his error and turned back, the 3 of you would still have paid close attention to him, not letting him make the same mistake. Therefore, excluding the possibility of second apprentice uncle being more skilled than all of you, there is only one person left." Yin Zhaoga's gaze turned cold. Under the heavens, there are only 2 people who have such high attainments in the limitless heavenly sword. One is second apprentice uncle, the other is Xian Dongping. Tai said, "It is indeed possible that junior apprentice brother Fong may have agreed on the surface but opposed on the inside, deceiving all of us. Therefore, before we have concrete evidence, no one can be certain of who the Abyss Lord is, it is also possible that he is not someone of our Broad Creed Mountain. However, having suffered this sword today, I can be sure that it was not Junior Apprentice Brother Fong. Then, it can only be Senior Apprentice Uncle Exian. Sure Tai's gaze was solemn. Perhaps Senior Apprentice Uncle Exian unintentionally discovered Junior Apprentice Brother Fong's earlier research, then continued to research deeper into it, or perhaps it was Senior Apprentice Uncle Exian himself who discovered it. However, he still ultimately continued down this path, establishing the decimating abyss. He even wanted the 9 underworlds to descend into the 8 extremities world, resulting in the current storm. Sure Tai gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain in the distance, his gaze virtually frozen. Su Fei's brows were tightly knit. Elder Exin hid his sword intent within Senior Apprentice Brother Shure's body to plot against you, not fearing that you would see through his identity. This means that our warning might already be too late. When we arrived at Lianhu County and began to deal with the Devilish Domain Grand Formation, meeting Senior Apprentice Brother Shure, Elder Exian would probably have already begun making his move at the clan. Just as they were saying this, halfway through their journey, they received urgent news from the clan. The news was somewhat unclear, but everyone's hearts were raised. A change had occurred in the heaven-sealing gorge beneath the Water Ridge Peak of the Back Mountain, a domain of devilish chi, with the heaven-sealing gorge as its center, expanded towards the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain. Everyone exchanged looks, Yin Zhaoga letting out a long breath. While Exine Dongping usually hides himself very well. Eldest apprentice uncles, it can't be that you aren't on guard against him at all, right? Excessive surveillance, vigilance, and distrust, even those who had not rebelled could be forced to do so. Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't adopt such a method. However, for people like Exine Dongping and Feng Jun, who were clearly worth worrying about, their observation of them was also incomparable to that of others. Sure Tai sped at full speed, his gaze unwavering in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. While we are on guard, we are currently in troubled times, especially with Junior Apprentice Brother Fong's current whereabouts unknown. Our clan's experts are stretched thin. With Master in seclusion, I'm afraid that it will be up to Junior Apprentice Brother Yin even more this time. Yin Zhaoga also looked in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, his brows knit, who said that those in the scripture repository are all otherworldly experts, treasures of the clan, or maybe it's something else. To be continued. Chapter 285. When Yin Di and the Devil Saint Yuan Tian arrived in the foreign dimension above Broad Creed Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation was instantly activated. With Broad Creed Mountain's main peak, the Heaven Rising Peak, as their center, numerous spirit patterns resembled long rainbows streaking through the sky as they lit up in the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, coming together to form a vast, massive formation. The array continued to extend into the distance, and there was no end to it. Directly above the heaven-rising peak, the space shook slightly, an almost transparent massive cube appearing. Its circumference unknown, thousands of times larger than even the entire Broad Creed Mountain, filling the sky. After appearing for a split second, the square became transparent again and could not be seen by the naked eye. At the top of Gantian Peak, 2 old men looked up at the sky. With their cultivation, they could see what was going on. These 2 were precisely the 2 longtime elders of Broad Creed Mountain, the Grand Elder Zhang Kun and the first seed elder of the Martial Repository, Exine Dongping. Of Broad Creed Mountain's 3 transcending mortality martial grandmasters other than the old chief, Yuan Jingfeng, and the other Grand Elder, Elder He, who was guarding Yuan Zhengfeng in seclusion. The other 2 were all here. Elder Zhang stared at the sky and muttered to himself, "It really is the demon, Saint Yuan Tian." Yin Di actually shifted him into the clear Qi Grand Formation from the outside world. First, not mentioning how he did it, this is just too risky, bringing a martial saint enemy into the core territory of our lineage. This is going to be a battle to the death. Exine Dongping similarly looked at the sky, not speaking. Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di being able to teleport the devil Saint Yuan Tian back to Broad Creed Mountain was also completely out of his expectations. Yindi's return was much earlier than he had expected. However, not only had Yindi returned himself, he had also brought the devil Saint Yuan Tian along with him. He was still being held back by Yuan Tian, unable to do anything else. As Xian Dongping pondered, he tapped lightly with his feet, activating the clear Qi grand formation that had created that foreign dimension. In front of him, an elder Zhang, an illusion of light and shadow, appeared. Within the illusion was the scene of the foreign dimension. Afterwards, the two shockingly discovered that the clear Qi-robed Yindi's saber intent rampaged as he looked down on all life forms, actually suppressing the martial Saint Yuan Tian into a disadvantageous position. Now that he had occupied the advantage of the Grand Clear lineage, Yindi's strength had skyrocketed once more. In order to guard against external enemies, Yindi had not completely drawn on the full power of the Grand Formation, instead stabilizing the foreign dimension and trapping Yuan Tian within. Even so, the heavenly dragon saber in his hand was still able to force Yuan Tian to retreat. The dignified demon saint was in such a sorry state. Since Yuan Tian had ascended to the saint realm, when had he ever been in such a panic? Elder Zhang took a deep breath and said, "If we can stabilize the situation in a short time and kill the devil saint here, it's not impossible." Xian Dongping looked at this scene. After a long while, he said, "That's right. However, the shorter the time, the better. The longer it drags on, the more variables there will be." Before his words had landed, the broad Creed mountain beneath their feet suddenly seemed to shake. Elder Zhang's snow-white eyebrows furrowed as he looked in the direction of the Water Ridge Peak. Is it the heaven-sealing gorge? In the direction of Water Ridge Peak, quakes that resembled the quaking of the earth and mountains resounded, with even the entire broad Creed mountain seeming to be shaking along with it. With junior apprentice Brother Gong presiding over the heaven-sealing gorge, why would a change suddenly occur in the heaven-sealing gorge? Elder Zhang gazed at Water Ridge Peak. Beside him, Xian Dongping's expression was calm. Whatever the reason, it has to be resolved as soon as possible. Fang Zhuan's whereabouts are unknown. No one knows what he is going to do, Xian Dongping said. While it is still hard to come to a conclusion now, we should still be mentally prepared for some things. He looked at Elder Zhang. Junior apprentice Brother Gong included. The others are not Fang Zhuan's match. One of us should go over and take a look. The other will stay here and hold down the fort. Elder Zhang looked earnestly at Xian Dongping. Xian Dongping's gaze was calm and without ripples, resembling still water, not changing in the slightest. Because of the relationship between the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss of the peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain, excluding the old chief Yuan Zhengfeng, the ones he felt the most uneasy about were Xian Dongping and Fang Zhuan. Elder Zhang and Xian Dongping had been fellow disciples of the same clan for many years. While he was unwilling to suspect this senior apprentice brother of his, it was not that he did not hold any grudges against him. Seeing Xian Dongping's manner of avoiding suspicion, letting him make the decision, Elder Zhang pondered for a moment before deciding decisively. I'll have a trouble senior apprentice brother Xian to hold down the fort here. I'll go take a look at the situation over there. Currently, Fang Zhuan was still the greatest suspect. Pressed for time and limited manpower, Elder Zhang still decided to believe in Xian Dongping. However, he also kept an eye on him, leaving Xian Dongping to roam freely without anyone restricting him. Other things aside, if Xian Dongping really did have a problem and went to the back mountain, slipping off to where Yuan Zhengfeng was in secluded cultivation, it would not be easy for Elder he to stand guard there alone. Leaving Xian Dongping behind at the heaven-rising peak seemed to be overseeing the overall situation, but as long as the clear Qi Grand Formation remained in his hands, there would not be any major problems. If he went to the back mountain, if Xian Dongping went there to cause trouble, he would be able to join hands with Elder he to try and stop him. Xian Dongping seemed not to care about Elder Zhang's thoughts, nodding upon hearing his words. All right, go, and return quickly. Looking at Elder Zhang's departing figure, Xian Dongping's expression was gentle as he swiveled his head to look up into the sky once more. He lowered his head to look at broad Creed Mountain beneath his feet, his gaze fluctuating slightly. After a while, Xian Dongping shook his head, smiling as he turned in the direction of Water Ridge Peak. There, a sword intent that surged to the heavens suddenly surged, at the same time also a powerful palm intent that seemed to want to overturn the heavens. The two collided, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Seeing this, Xian Dongping nodded slightly, no longer remaining as he rose into the air, treading on the air as he walked up into the sky. As he walked, he extended his hand and drew one spirit pattern after another within the air. Tens of thousands of spirit patterns were inscribed within the air, glowing brightly, gradually forming a formation as they manifested a shocking concept, an aura. The formation formed of these tens of thousands of spirit patterns gradually merged into broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation. The core of the clear Qi Grand Formation instantly began to distort and shake. Looking quietly at this scene, Xian Dongping's figure shook, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as spirit talismans formed of his true essence flew out one after another, innumerable in number. These spirit talismans transformed into spirit arrays one after another, before the spirit arrays merged together, forming an existence that resembled a tall tower, whilst also an altar that enveloped Xian Dongping's entire body. Finally, atop that altar, light flickered, a tall giant appearing, towering between the heavens and the earth. Xian Dongping himself extended his hands, that giant of light also doing the same, extending its hands forward, before forcefully splitting them apart. The clear Qi Grand Formation shook, a door appearing within the formation. Within the sky, that massive, transparent square appeared once more. The passageway to the foreign dimension opened for Xian Dongping. However, it was not Yendi who had opened the door for Xian Dongping, asking him to enter and help him. Rather, it was Xian Dongping himself who had opened the passageway. Xian Dongping walked in with large strides. In this process, he continuously wrote down talisman seal patterns and then guided the power of the formation to strengthen himself. Other than his own formation, even the power of Broad Creed Mountain's clear Qi Grand Formation was unceasingly drawn by him. Within the foreign dimension, hacking Yuan Tian into retreat with his saber, Yendi swiveled his head to look at Xian Dongping. He could clearly feel that the other party was currently gradually seizing control over the clear Qi Grand Formation. Xian Dongping said mildly, "Enduring bitterly for so many years in the martial repository, preparing so painstakingly for so many years, I finally have some results." Chapter 286. Yendi knit his brows slightly, feeling the changes in the clear Qi Grand Formation. He could feel that the control of the formation was shockingly currently shifting towards Xian Dongping. Looking at Yendi, Xian Dongping had a rather playful expression on his face. This old man has always been waiting for Yuan Zhengfeng to enter secluded cultivation to attempt his breakthrough into the martial saint realm. Now it has finally come. Indeed, do you know? It's not just Yuan Zhengfeng. I've also noticed your extraordinariness since you first joined the sect. These past few years have also proven my and Yuan Zhengfeng's foresight. However, at this very moment, this old man has discovered that I have still underestimated you in the past. Xian Dongping said, "It is precisely because of your existence that Yuan Zhengfeng dared to attempt a breakthrough into the martial saint realm without worry. He knew that even if he perished, Broad Creed Mountain would still have a successor. But it is also because of this that the opportunity this old man has been waiting for has finally arrived." He extended his hands, a profound and complicated rune appearing on each of his palms. As radiance flickered, the power of the clear Qi Grand Formation was drawn over, endlessly bolstering his body. Xian Dongping's aura also rose increasingly. "You came too late." Yuan Tian shook the whip in his hand, transforming into a massive heaven-flipping dragon as it traversed the foreign dimension, attacking towards Yendi. Xian Dongping said, "Don't be impatient, demon saint. Walking steadily is more important than walking quickly. The things and matters promised to you will not be lacking. You could be at ease. After brandishing his saber and hacking Yuan Tian's whip away, Yin Di gazed at Xian Dongping, senior apprentice Uncle X. The traitor of our clan? Was you? The legendary master of the abyss is also you? In each of his left and right eyes, an ancient and profound mark lit up, shining brightly in his pupils. The clear Qi grand formation twisted intensely, being pulled at by the two wills, as if it could be ripped apart at any moment. Yin Di and Xian Dongping began an intense struggle for control over the clear Qi grand formation. As for the devil, Saint Yuan Tian, contrary to his previous dispirited stance, he charged towards Yin Di in a domineering manner. Against Yin Di's immeasurable heavenly saber, it was not wise for Yuan Tian to clash head-on. At this moment, however, the change in the hands of the clear Qi grand formation would very likely decide the outcome of the battle. Even if Yuan Tian had to suffer some losses right now, he had to help Xian Dongping seize control of the array first. While he was bolstered by the clear Qi robe, Yin Di still had to contend with Xian Dongping for the grand formation while clashing with Yuan Tian. His earlier advantage was instantly lost as the situation descended into a stalemate. Xian Dongping was not in a rush as he calmed his heart and communicated with the formation, saying neither hurriedly nor slowly, "If this old man says that I am not the lord of the decimating abyss, would you believe me? Fang Zhuan, do you think he's this old man's accomplice?" To Yin Di, having lost the support of the grand formation as time dragged on, the situation might gradually become disadvantageous to him. However, Yin Di was currently calm as his expression did not change. "Seeing you, I knew that there was nothing wrong with second apprentice brother. Did you pick up the things second senior brother left behind and finally walk on the path you are now?" Xian Dongping clicked his tongue in praise. "I have to admit that you, Shi Tai, Fang Zhuan, the three of you are indeed worthy of the name of Broad Creed Mountain's three heroes. In this life, this old man only admires Yuan Zhengfeng for one thing, and that is his ability to accept disciples. Shi Tai is the foundation. You and Fang Zhuan are the pillars. You are also very likely the roof that determines the final height of the building. While Fang Zhuan is inferior to you in terms of martial talent and strength, he is also an unparalleled genius, bold and careful of heart, daring to think and daring to act. Everyone flinches at the sight of the 9 underworlds and hell, limping forward unsteadily. Yet, he dares to venture deeper, touching upon and exploring what others view as taboo territory." Xian Dongping sighed. More importantly, his explorations have tangible results. Many of this old man's discoveries today were all established on the foundation of his earlier research. Yin Di chopped out with his saber, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, extinguishing the dark clouds formed of Yuan Zhengfeng's true essence. He said mildly, "What is more admirable about second apprentice brother is his firm will, daring to deny himself, being able to rein in at the brink of death and hold his bottom line, knowing what he can do boldly and what he cannot do no matter what." Xian Dongping said leisurely, "However, this does not change one fact. From a certain perspective, he is actually the true founder of the decimating abyss. Why is it that the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss have corroded our clan the most severely? Because the source of the decimating abyss is here." Xian Dongping lowered his head and looked below, his gaze seemingly piercing through space as he looked at Broad Creed Mountain beneath his feet, sighing emotionally. "Once my greatest ambition was to become the owner of this place. Thinking about it now, it no longer matters. With the descent of the 9 underworlds, this old man can obtain even more. What harm is there in destroying this place?" Raising his head to look at Yin Di once more, he suddenly laughed. "If this old man does not succeed today, the news that the Lord of the Decimating Abyss is of Broad Creed Mountain and that the Decimating Abyss originate from Broad Creed Mountain will spread throughout the world. After the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia emerges from seclusion, he should be very happy to hear of this news. This should be the best reason for him to make a move against Broad Creed Mountain. Having schemed for so many years, Xian Dongping's understanding of the clear Qi Grand Formation was even deeper than Yandi's. Now that he had made his move, the majority of the clear Qi Grand Formation's control was instantly grasped by him. Seeing that the situation of the array formation was already under his control, Xian Dongping brazenly attacked. A sword light that seemed ethereal, yet heavy hacked towards Yendi. The sword light half clear and half turbid, as it seemed to be one with the heavens and the earth. A cold light flickered within Yendi's eyes. He abruptly spread open his arms, temporarily removing the clear Qi robe from his body. As the clear Qi robe shook, it suddenly transformed into an all-encompassing screen of light, imprisoning the devil Saint Yuan Tian within it. This could only be maintained for a very short period of time, but to Yendi, it was already enough. Countless spirit talismans danced around him, collectively forming a heavenly altar that was vast and majestic, as though it resided above the 9 heavens. Yendi's voice resounded from the heavenly altar. If Huang Guanglia wants to disregard everything, he also does not need an excuse. Our clan being too weak to block him is the only reason. To those of this world outside of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, slaying you and the Devil Saint here will be sufficient to account for ourselves. Infinite light flickered as a massive figure gradually stood up on Yendi's heavenly altar. The pupils of Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian, who had previously still felt that Yendi's words were too big, abruptly dilated. Merging essence into avatar, you are stepping into the transcending mortality realm at this moment. Yendi did not answer. Only the giant atop the heavenly altar extended his palm, the heavenly dragon saber expanding madly in size as well, transforming into a true heaven-splitting saber as it landed within his palm. The giant brandished his saber, clashing intensely with Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly sword. Yuan Tian was temporarily trapped by the clear Qi robe, unable to extricate himself as he saw Yendi stride out, arriving before Xian Dongping. When I was in the late Essence Talisman stage, there were 2 people beneath the Martial Saint realm whom I did not have complete confidence in defeating. One of them was you, Xian Dongping. Yendi's body combined with his limitless heavenly avatar, instantly arriving before Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar. But now, having stepped into the transcending mortality realm, his control over the clear Qi Grand Formation had also increased as Xian Dongping instantly felt his steps in seizing the Grand Formation being restrained. The old man's face was sunken as water, a sword appearing in the hands of the limitless heavenly avatar formed of his martial true intent, a sword light that resembled a heavenly pillar striking towards Yendi. His control over the clear Qi Grand Formation more or less still belonged to him now. However, the result of their clash was that he and the limitless heavenly avatar were shockingly forced into retreat. The massive right arm of the sword-wielding giant directly broke apart. Master has yet to emerge from seclusion as a martial saint. This is a little disrespectful. Yendi's voice resounded within the air. Having entered transcending mortality, I am invincible amongst martial grandmasters. Chapter 287. Yendi's saber swept through the air, making it hard for Xian Dongping to advance any further. On the other side, the Devil Saint Yuan Tian howled, wanting to break through the clear Qi robe's blockade. However, Yendi was even faster than him. After his immeasurable heavenly avatar had suppressed Xian Dongping's limitless heavenly avatar, he struck out with a palm towards Xian Dongping himself. Xian Dongping's brows were tightly furrowed, but he could only helplessly raise his hand to counterattack. The 2 peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain clashed in midair with identical Tishita palms, boundless purplish-red flames manifesting as they filled the foreign dimension. Xian Dongping staggered backwards, the profound rune on his palm instantly dimming. Yendi let out a long howl, the runes within his pupils growing even more dazzling. The control over Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation, the clear Qi Grand Formation was instantly mostly wrested back by Yin Di. Having beaten Xian Dongping of Broad Creed Mountain's twin walls of this generation into continuous retreat, Yin Di had not lost his cool, not advancing recklessly. As the clear Qi robe had temporarily left his body, it was only able to trap Yuan Tian for a time. It looked like Yuan Tian was about to break free and counter the clear Qi robe. After restraining Xian Dongping from seizing the clear Qi Grand Formation, Yin Di immediately retreated, forcing Yuan Tian into retreat with another saber. He spread his arms wide once more. The screen of light formed of the clear Qi robe, once again taking the form of a robe, enveloping his body. At this moment, bolstered by the clear Qi robe, Yin Di's saber intent grew increasingly majestic and tyrannical as he rampaged through everything in his path. The power of the clear Qi Grand Formation was also endlessly bolstering his body. For a moment, Xian Dongping and Yuan Tian only felt that the opponent in front of them was practically a genuine martial saint, wielding a holy artifact. Yuan Tian's pupils dilated slightly. Seeing the clash between Yin Di and Xian Dongping, he vaguely felt that even without the clear Qi robe and the clear Qi Grand Formation, after Yin Di had stepped into the transcending mortality stage, he, a martial saint, would still find it hard to deal with him. At the very least, he wasn't confident that he could kill him. And now, bolstered by the clear Qi robe, Yin Di had also regained control over a large part of the Grand Formation. His aura surged to the heavens. Fighting 1-against-2, he still held the upper hand, beating Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xian Dongping, who had yet to enter the Saint realm, was even more perilous. When Yuan Tian saw this, he couldn't help but think of retreating. There were some things that he wanted, but no matter how important they were, he had to be alive to enjoy them. While he was unwilling to admit it, Yuan Tian discovered that if the current situation continued to develop, there was actually really the possibility of him perishing in this Broad Creed Mountain. He had fallen under the blade of a great grandmaster. However, now that he wanted to retreat, Yin Di was determined to keep him in Broad Creed Mountain forever. Within the foreign dimension created by the clear Qi Grand Formation, dazzling spirit patterns lit up between the heavens and the earth, resembling a cage as it locked down this dimension tightly, not allowing Yuan Tian and Xian Dongping to escape. Yuan Tian wanted to break the formation, but Yin Di's tyrannical saber intent that cleaved the heavens and split the earth surged over madly, forcing him to first focus on what was before him. Xian Dongping's expression was grim like water. His situation was even more dangerous compared to Yuan Tian. As he dealt with Yin Di's attacks miserably, Xian Dongping attempted to communicate with the clear Qi Grand Formation once more, wresting control over it. However, Yin Di currently held the upper hand, his attacks surging like the tide as Xian Dongping found it hard to continue. In the foreign dimension, the sky and earth changed color from the battle. On the great earth, within Broad Creed Mountain, signs of surging winds and surging clouds appeared for a time. Accompanied by Xian Dongping stepping into the foreign dimension and wresting control over the formation, the hidden undercurrents in Broad Creed Mountain's surroundings simultaneously surged and erupted. Some Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners discovered to their shock that their companions beside them had suddenly turned into murderous killers, dealing a fatal blow to their vitals. After Broad Creed Mountain's many internal investigations and purges, most of the decimating Abyss martial practitioners in hiding had already been eliminated. However, there were still some who had slipped through the net, brazenly making their move at this moment. Amidst the internal chaos, external enemies also silently arrived. Under the guidance of Xian Dongping and the others, a considerable number of decimating Abyss martial practitioners stealthily arrived in the vicinity of Broad Creed Mountain, launching their attacks at this moment. At their head were mostly remnants of Black Nightmare Mountain. Even some of the Black Nightmare Mountain martial practitioners who had not joined the decimating Abyss also joined in this time. They had already waited for this day, for who knew how many years. While Broad Creed Mountain was currently lacking in manpower, Despite the interference of traders, under the leadership of Fu Inshu and the other peak experts, they still faced the invading enemies in an orderly fashion. Behind a mountain, below Water Ridge Peak, outside the heaven-sealing gorge, Elder Zhang's face was livid as he looked at the majestic sword intent before him. This sword intent was usually concealed, actually merging as one with the clear Qi Grand Formation. In reality, it had sealed the heaven-sealing gorge here, severing its connection with the outside world. Elder Zhang could tell that this had been done by Xian Dongping, who had been of the same clan as him for many years. Executing the immeasurable heavenly palm to the maximum, Elder Zhang forcibly broke through the space before him that had been sealed by the sword intent. At the same time as the sword intent seal was broken, Elder Zhang could feel that there were currently people clashing within. Feeling his arrival, one of the clashing parties retreated far away in another direction. Elder Zhang was also extremely familiar with its aura and fist intent, his face involuntarily turning even uglier. Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, the leading late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, was clearly Elder Wang, who had been imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge due to his identity having been exposed due to the devilish intent in his heart. Other than that, there were also many other serious criminals imprisoned within the heaven-sealing gorge who had also escaped. Elder Zhang's face was ugly as he wanted to give chase, but very quickly discovered that a terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds had actually appeared here in the heaven-sealing gorge. A great amount of devilish qi dispersed, causing the originally already sinister and terrifying heaven-sealing gorge to seem even more like a ghost domain. A devilish domain grand formation had already taken form. Within the grand formation, there were still 2 people present, the other party who had been clashing earlier. Looking over, Elder Zhang saw that it was precisely Fang Zhuan and the heaven-sealing gorge's first seat, Elder Gong. Elder Gong's appearance was dispirited as he was injured. Fang Zhuan's expression was calm as he focused on suppressing the devilish domain grand formation, preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds. Xian Dongping is a traitor, Elder Gong hissed. He suddenly attacked the heaven-sealing gorge, intending to lure me into joining the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss. Fortunately, Fang Zhuan arrived in time, otherwise I would already have fallen to his hands. Fang Zhen looked at Elder Zhang. Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian did not stay behind to deal with us, instead handing it over to Senior Apprentice Uncle Wang and the others. He only used his sword intent to seal the mountain as a cover, hurriedly leaving. He should have a greater plan. From his sword intent merging with our clan's clear Qi Grand Formation, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian's familiarity with the clear Qi Grand Formation far surpasses our knowledge. He very likely attempted to wrest control over the Grand Formation, only then being able to stand against Junior Apprentice Brother Yin and the clear Qi robe. Elder Zhang nodded. That's right. His palm descended, assisting Fang Zhuan and Elder Gong. Fang Zhuan said, I'll suppress the devilish domain grand formation. Senior Apprentice Uncle Zhang, go look for Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian. The clear Qi robe and the clear Qi grand formation are the foundation. Elder Gong said hatefully, this old man will pursue Senior Apprentice Brother Wang and the others, preventing them from causing trouble on the mountain. Time was of the essence. Glancing at Fang Zhuan, Elder Zhang made a prompt decision. I'll leave it to you. Saying thus, he and Elder Gong rushed out of the back mountain together. At this moment, the decimating abyss martial practitioners were already attacking up the mountain, with late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters even making a move, their destructive power shocking. Elder Zhang roared furiously, manifesting his martial avatar. The massive broad creed heavenly avatar intimidated the surrounding area, instantly suppressing the towering aura of the decimating abyss martial practitioners. Within the foreign dimension, Yendi displayed his godly might. On Broad Creed Mountain, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners also switched from defense to offense. At the back mountain, Fang Zhuan suppressed the devilish domain grand formation. For a time, Broad Creed Mountain seemed to have turned from danger to safety, but it was also at this time that undercurrents elsewhere began surging. In the fire domain, in the lands governed by the Sacred Sun clan, many experts were currently congregated. To be continued. Chapter 288. A great battle had erupted at Broad Creed Mountain's headquarters, even devilish chi surging into the heavens. The chaotic situation very quickly drew the attention of all sides. The experts of Broad Creed Mountain outside of the Central Heaven region wanted to return to reinforce their clan, but the situation in the outside world had also become tense at this moment. The immense pressure prevented them from leaving their current location and returning to reinforce Broad Creed Mountain. This was especially true for the South Heaven continent, which faced the Fire Domain. At the border between the Fire Domain and the Heaven Domain, a great number of the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts had appeared. While they had not entered the Heaven Domain, a tense atmosphere could erupt at any moment. With the Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Pambuatai, and the head of the 7 reigning suns, the world illuminating Lord at their head, the group of experts of the Sacred Sun clan had all arrived, eyeing the Heaven Domain covetously. Pambuatai asked coldly, when his senior brother Huang, coming out of seclusion, the world illuminating Lord said, just recently, within these 1 or 2 days. Pambuatai nodded, gazing in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Actually, we can already make our move now. The world illuminating Lord's expression was calm. Do not be hasty, Senior Apprentice Uncle Pan. If we make a move now, we do not have sufficient confidence in sweeping through both Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss cleanly. If the 9 underworlds descend, it would similarly be difficult for my Sacred Sun clan to handle it. Turbid Wave Pavilion would also have objections, and even the painting saint, Old Man M.O., might be alerted. Also, if we directly make a move, we will be obstructed by Jade Sea City and Infinite Boundless Mountain. Wait a bit. The East Sea is already no longer peaceful. When Jade Sea City and Turbid Wave Pavilion's attention has been drawn away by the Flame Devils, we will then be able to kill them in a single blow. At that time, between Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss, both sides should have suffered heavy losses. The world illuminating Lord said, Yuan Zhengfeng has entered secluded cultivation. This will not be easy for Broad Creed Mountain. While Pambuatai's expression was cold, his gaze containing fury and hatred, he still did not lose his composure as words. The decimating abyss has made a major move, with even the devil, Saint Yuan Tian, getting involved. However, Broad Creed Mountain's many years of foundation cannot be messed up just like that. If Yuan Tian wants to accomplish anything, he must first get past the clear chi robe. If we do not make a move, unless the decimating abyss has a way to deal with Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi grand formation, Broad Creed Mountain will most likely be able to tide through this tribulation. Hearing Pambuatai's words, the world illuminating Lord suddenly laughed. Regarding Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi grand formation, our Sacred Sun clan has also prepared some things. Although we are waiting here to prepare for war and wait for an opportunity to strike, we have to fight for the opportunity ourselves. We don't necessarily have to wait for it to appear. His gaze was calm as he turned around. There was a formation quietly operating there. Pambuatai's gaze similarly fell on that formation, not directly attacking. Just relying on this formation, it will not be able to shake Broad Creed Mountain's clear chi grand formation. The world illuminating Lord walked towards the formation and stepped inside. Naturally, it's not just that. He flipped his palm, and with a flash of light, a longbow made of pure gold with flowing flames on it appeared in his hand. It was precisely the Sacred Sun clan's famed high-grade spirit artifact, the sun-shooting bow. The world illuminating Lord pulled the bowstring, and then took out another item. It wasn't an arrow, but something similar to a bullet, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Under the illumination of the sun-shooting bow, it seemed very small, like a sunspot. However, upon closer inspection, it felt extremely heavy, as though it contained a greater power than the sun-shooting bow. Seeing this, Pambuatai raised his white eyebrows. Anti-Yangzi? Isn't this thing extinct? The last time it appeared was 600 years ago. The world illuminating Lord laughed. Why else would I say that opportunities have to be fought for by oneself? As he said this, he placed that small black bullet on the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow, before pulling it back. It wasn't aimed at the heaven domain, but at the formation beneath his feet. Sunlight shone on the world, illuminating Lord's body, 8 great golden suns rising, flickering with light as they emitted infinite heat. Numerous spirit talismans appeared around his body, transforming into numerous spirit arrays. Next, they superimposed on each other to form an existence that resembled a tall tower, whilst also an altar, enveloping him within. The world illuminating Lord's martial true intent merged with a high-grade spirit artifact, the sun's shooting bow, before both bolstering that black bullet. The black bullet, known as the anti-Yangtze, didn't emit light, its luster growing dimmer and dimmer, its power also growing heavier. The world illuminating Lord abruptly released the arrow, the anti-Yangtze transforming into a streak of dark light, piercing through the ground beneath his feet, shooting into the formation before disappearing. For just that one moment, the formation beneath the world illuminating Lord circulated mightily, unprecedentedly ferocious, giving off a berserk feeling. The next moment, the formation regained its former calm and tranquil state, as though everything that had happened earlier had been an illusion. However, satisfied smiles appeared on the faces of the world illuminating Lord and Pambuatai, as they looked towards Broad Creed Mountain and the heaven domain, smiling coldly as they did not speak. At the same time, on the world illuminating peak where the Sacred Sun Clan was located, the current chief of the Sacred Sun Clan, Huang Su, sat in a meditative position at the top of the mountain, a long golden ruler placed horizontally across his knees. The long ruler had the pattern of 9 suns on it, seeming to be blazing. Behind Huang Su stood a person, the Twilight Lord of the 7 reigning suns. It was just that the current Twilight Lord's expression was dim and dispirited. Speaking of this, framing Jade Sea City's old man, Chen, was not a bad result. However, while you could hide it from outsiders, you could not hide it from the Sacred Sun Clan. Huang Su said mildly, because Breaking Dawn fell to the dark side, he did not leave behind a corpse. Therefore, when you said that you killed Breaking Dawn, others would believe it. A pity that your luck was bad. Others saw that it was Jade Sea City's old man Chun who killed Breaking Dawn. However, the final result was that old man Chun disappeared, bearing the suspicion of being a spy of the decimating abyss, while you reported that it was you who killed Breaking Dawn. Huang Su did not turn his head, only saying mildly, "What do you think I would think after hearing this news?" While Huang Su did not move at all, the long golden ruler on his knees displayed a majestic power, suppressing the Twilight Lord to the point that he dared not act rashly. The Twilight Lord was silent for a moment before saying, "I just happened to be a step too late, not being able to stop Old Man Shun from killing Breaking Dawn in time. However, there shouldn't have been anyone else in the surroundings at the time. Otherwise, I would not have been unable to discover it unless it was an expert of the same level as me, or even higher." Huang Su said mildly, "Sometimes one does not necessarily need to be in the vicinity to be able to see the situation at the time." The Twilight Lord was indifferent. "Then I have nothing more to say." Huang Su said, "Honestly speaking, you have always been my trusted aide. I originally trusted you very much. As for the decimating abyss's target of corrosion, I had always suspected that it was the world illuminating peak." The Twilight Lord smiled bitterly, saying all this now is useless. "That's also true." A hint of a smile suddenly appeared on Huang Su's face. "Just now, you said that while you do not know who the decimating abyss lord is, you can confirm that he is of Broad Creed Mountain." The Twilight Lord laughed loudly. "That's right, it is precisely so. There is no need for me to lie to you. The great battle of Broad Creed Mountain should already have reached its climax. The Abyss Lord will definitely have to personally take action. His identity is already impossible to keep, and there's also no need to do so. This is extremely good news for you, isn't it?" Within a stone chamber on the world illuminating peak, the world illuminating young master Huang Jia held an orb in his hands. The orb displayed the scene of Huang Su and the Twilight Lord conversing at the top of the mountain. Huang Jia nodded calmly. "It's indeed very good news." Chapter 289. Huang Jie put away the pearl and walked out of the stone room. He looked into the distance, in the direction of the heaven domain. A moment later, a figure pushed open the door and came to Huang Jie. It was Tang Yonghao. Junior apprentice brother Huang. Is the Sacred Sun clan going to attack Broad Creed Mountain at this time? Tang Yonghao's expression was grave as he looked earnestly at Huang Jie. Huang Jie did not seem surprised by Tang Yonghao's arrival, as he said calmly. The Sacred Sun clan does not want to attack Broad Creed Mountain, instead wanting to exterminate the threat to the Eight Extremities world. Tang Yonghao frowned at Huang Jie. Huang Jie's expression was mild. Broad Creed Mountain has colluded with the decimating abyss. There are indications that that place is in fact the birthplace of the decimating abyss, being the guide of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworld evil devils are like the flame devils of the flame devil world, enemies of the 8 extremities world. As the current number 1 sacred ground of the 8 extremities world, our Sacred Sun clan is duty-bound to prevent the descent of the 9 underworlds. Isn't that so? Tang Yonghao said solemnly. I know that Broad Creed Mountain and my Sacred Sun clan are not on good terms. The conflict between the two sides did not accumulate in just a day or two. If it really is a battle between our two sacred grounds, an internal conflict between the human martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world, as a descendant of the Sacred Sun clan, I, Tang Yonghao, will definitely fight it out with the descendants of Broad Creed Mountain on the front lines, not hesitating in the slightest. However, you also said that the 9 underworlds are the common enemy of the 8 extremities world. Even if there is any conflict between my Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain, it should also first be settled with the 9 underworlds and the decimating abyss before deciding on who is superior. The decimating abyss has spies in the various clans and sacred grounds. With a great battle having erupted in Broad Creed Mountain now, it is clearly a life and death struggle between the decimating abyss and Broad Creed Mountain. Tang Yonghao stared deeply at Huang Jie. It's one thing for us to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but don't tell me that we have to help decimating abyss. Huang Jie's gaze was like water. Senior brother Tang, I've said it before. My sage sect's goal is to eliminate the person who can lead the 9 underworlds to descend. Broad Creed Mountain is precisely the birthplace of the decimating abyss. Huang Jie said calmly. Who knows if the war now is just a way to deceive people? Tang Yonghao's pupils constricted when he heard that. Huang Jie continued, of the peak experts of Broad Creed Mountain, if one were to really talk about it, who is the one who is most likely to fall into the 9 underworlds? It's actually their sect leader, the one with the highest status, Yuan Jingfeng. This senior grand elder experienced the flourishing times of Zhang Dong's era and also experienced the dormant times of Zhang Xiluo's era. From the perspective of a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain, he shouldered the heavy burden of the clan's reemergence, yet also bore the terrifying pressure of my Sacred Sun clan and my grandfather. Zhang Xiluo has already passed away, and he himself has old injuries. He has no hope of becoming a martial saint, and his lifespan is decreasing. Now, he is walking step by step towards old age. The road ahead is dim, and the pressure is increasing. Huang Jie said calmly, even if he doesn't fear death, the pressure of supporting the sect will always be on his shoulders. Tang Yonghao suddenly interrupted Huang Jie. Junior brother Huang, do you think I'm a fool? This kind of impolite behavior almost never happened to Tang Yonghao among fellow disciples. However, his gaze as he looked at Huang Jie now was rather stern. Everyone is well aware of what exactly is going on. Why must you use these words to fool me? Huang Jie kept his mouth shut, looking quietly at Tang Yonghao. Tang Yonghao gazed at Huang Jie. Junior brother Huang, I have always admired your heaven-defying talent. Outsiders do not know your abilities, but I more or less know some of them. Not only do you have the right to know the decisions of the higher echelons of the Sacred Sun clan, you also have the right to offer advice and suggestions. This time's matter also involved you. Now that Broad Creed Mountain is resisting the decimating abyss, you are instead preparing to stab them in the back. Perhaps you think that this is the most beneficial decision for our Sacred Sun clan, being able to capture Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss in one fell swoop, while my thinking is inflexible and foolish. All right, let's not talk about morality and whatnot first. I have no intention of forcing others to think the same as me. I'll only ask you one question. You are confident that you can control the entire situation, but what if the 9 underworlds descend? Tang Yonghao said solemnly, perhaps the place where the 9 underworlds descend is the heaven domain, but that is also the 8 extremities world, just like how the passageway to the flame devil world is in the East Sea, but all of us have to face the threat of the flame devils. Looking at Tang Yonghao, Huang Jie suddenly laughed. Senior Brother Tang, to be honest, sometimes I feel that you are rather foolish. Looking at Huang Jie, Tang Yonghao was not angered. Huang Jie continued, however, this time, it has nothing to do with whether you are foolish or not. It is that there are some things that you do not know. Tang Yonghao said coldly, I would like to hear the details. The current era, the current situation, is different from that of Broad Creed Mountain Jiandonga and Jian Shilo that year. Huang Jie raised his head to look at the sky, saying leisurely, the tribulation before us now is a test. Tang Yonghao was taken aback. What did you say? Huang Jie smiled, no longer speaking as he said, Broad Creed Mountain and the decimating abyss are in cahoots, drawing the descent of the 9 underworlds. We now work hard to eradicate them, saving the 8 extremities world. It is just that simple. Saying thus, he turned and returned to his stone room. Looking at his back, Tang Yonghao's gaze was incomparably complex. Returning to his stone room, Huang Jie saw a middle-aged man already seated within. He went up and greeted him nonchalantly. When did Senior Apprentice Uncle arrive? The middle-aged man was the Sunset Lord of the 7 Reigning Suns as he nodded towards Huang Jie. Around the same time as Yonghao, the Sunset Lord gazed outside. Yonghao's personality is too straightforward. If he does not change, he can only be a sword, not a person who wields a sword. Due to the current situation and environment, Huang Jie said calmly, Senior Brother Tang has his value in existence. If our Sacred Sun clan wants to advance triumphantly, that Senior Brother Tang will appear untimely, pedantic, and foolish. If we suffer a massive setback and fall to rock bottom, someone like him will instead be able to display his usefulness, preserving the final bit of vitality for our Sacred Sun clan. The Sunset Lord said, You are right. However, that is something that is impossible to happen. Yonghao is destined to be a pearl covered in dust. Huang Jie's expression was mild. That is only natural. The Sunset Lord stood up. I will also be heading over to where Senior Apprentice Uncle Pan and the others are. Everything will be settled once the old chief emerges from seclusion. Are you not preparing to go along and personally see all this happen? Going there personally is to prevent any accidents, adjusting the plan at any time. Huang Jie shook his head. I have already done what I should have done. I have no interest in seeing my plans come to fruition. To me, that sort of satisfaction does not hold much meaning. It is fine as long as the final result does not deviate from expectations. The Sunset Lord did not insist. I, however, will be going to see it for myself. Huang Jie smiled. Take care, Senior Apprentice Uncle. Being able to slay Broad Creed Mountain, who led the 9 underworlds to descend into the 8 extremities world, is indeed a joyous occasion. The Sunset Lord laughed loudly as he left. That's right, it is precisely so. Broad Creed Mountain only has themselves to blame. Our Sacred Sun clan can precisely eliminate evil for the 8 extremities world. Chapter 290. At this moment, in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region, where such a huge disturbance had once occurred, in the Earth domain close to it, undercurrents were also surging. Lin Tianfeng stood within the air, a crowd of Heavenly Thunder Hall experts behind him. His son, the thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou, stood right beside him. Looking in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain, Lin Tianfeng said playfully, Great chaos has erupted in the central region of our clan. This will not be easy for Broad Creed Mountain to pass. Looking at the Earth domain beneath his feet, Lin Zhou's expression was slightly complicated as many scenes flashed through his mind. Previously, the Earth Domain, the decimating abyss, and the 9 underworlds had all left him with extremely unpleasant memories. In his memories, the changes in his life had originated from the disaster of the decimating abyss. His father, in a struggle for the position of the next Hall Lord, had been constantly defeated, finally being eliminated, perishing in a battle with the 9 underworld's evil devils. Lin Zhou himself had also been heavily injured in that battle, injuring his vitality to the core, virtually cutting off his path of advancement. After that, his position in the clan had also plummeted, vanishing into the crowd as he was completely left behind by Yin Shan and the others. At that time, his lover who had gone through thick and thin with him, Li Jingwan, had also perished at the hands of a fallen practitioner, becoming his greatest regret. Now, everything is different. Lin Zhou closed his eyes, although some changes left him depressed to the extreme. Lin Zhou reopened his eyes, gazing towards Broad Creed Mountain like his father Lin Tianfeng. Father, the people of the Sacred Sun clan won't be unable to hold back, right? Blindly attacking and helping the decimating abyss destroy Broad Creed Mountain, the descent of the 9 underworlds afterwards won't be of any benefit to anyone. Lin Tianfeng said, they won't. Even if someone's mind isn't clear, there will still be someone calm enough to stop him. Lin Zhou nodded, not speaking. Lin Tianfeng flipped his hand, a longbow that flickered with purple light appearing within. However, even if Yuan Zhengfeng enters seclusion, just the devil Saint Yuan Tian alone won't be able to do anything to Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain isn't that weak. Letting them smoothly take care of the decimating abyss won't do. Both sides suffering heavy losses, with one side winning a Pyrrhic victory. That's the conclusion we would be happy to see. A black pellet also appeared in Lin Tianfeng's palm. He strapped it to the bowstring and then pulled the bow. The longbow, which was flashing with purple light, suddenly let out a thunderous sound. It was so sharp that it seemed as if it could pierce through the sky. It was precisely the high-grade spirit artifact possessed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heaven Chakra Bow. It had always been acclaimed alongside the Sacred Sun clan's Sun Shooting Bow, being the most famous treasured bow of the current 8 extremities world. Looking at the black pellet in Lin Tianfeng's palm, Lin Zhou thought, anti-sun. This thing, the Sacred Sun clan, should have a total of 3 of them. Having given one to our clan, they will most likely have used up one this time as well. Then, there's still one left. Lin Tianfeng drew his bow, but he didn't shoot at the ground below. Instead, he aimed straight at the sky above his head. Above the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, numerous spirit patterns extended across the horizon, very quickly forming a massive formation that flickered with the roiling light of thunder. Around Lin Tianfeng's body, numerous spirit talismans danced and spiraled, transforming into talisman arrays. Then, they formed a talisman array heavenly altar, and lightning snakes danced wildly in the sky. He released the bowstring, and Wu Guang shot straight up into the sky, disappearing into the formation. The formation rumbled and then quickly calmed down. Lin Tianfeng nodded satisfactorily. Anti-sun, its reputation is well-deserved. Our target this time is primarily the clear chi robe. As long as we can obtain this sacred artifact, this trip would not have been in vain. Lin Tianfeng said, with the flame devils of the East Sea making a move once more, Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City will not be able to attend to them. The Hall Lord should mainly guard against Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, if the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia successfully improves after emerging from seclusion, Infinite Boundless Mountain and the greatly weakened Broad Creed Mountain joining hands would not be easy to resist. At that time, it would be our Heavenly Thunder Hall's chance. If the Sacred Sun clan wants to exterminate Broad Creed Mountain, just let them be. What's most important for our clan is to increase our strength. Lin Tianfeng kept Heaven Shocker, saying, otherwise, with the Sacred Sun clan's explosive rise in strength this time, it would be very hard to say how our clan will interact with them in the future. Whether to be an ally or a subordinate, at the end of the day, it still depends on the strength of the two sides. Lin Zhou's gaze was calm, yet seemed to contain blazing flames as he gazed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. That's right. At the end of the day, it all depends on strength. At this moment, on Broad Creed Mountain, Elder Zhang stood alone, his immeasurable heavenly palm descending. As if the heavens were collapsing and the earth caving in, he mightily smashed the head of a black nightmare mountain martial grandmaster in front of him into smithereens. The heavenly altar collapsed, the talisman formation shattered, the spirit talismans all reduced to nothingness. A late essence talisman martial grandmaster expert of the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, his soul severed from Broad Creed Mountain just like that. In the entire Black Nightmare Mountain, there were currently only 2 late essence talisman martial grandmasters left, both elders of Black Nightmare Mountain that year. However, at this moment, one of them had already perished beneath Elder Zhang's palm. Seeing that Broad Creed Mountain had begun to switch from defense to offense, having gained the upper hand, the other did not dare to clash head-on with the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Elder Zhang in the end, hurriedly fleeing. Elder Zhang snorted coldly, saying to Fu Inshu and the others, "Do not pursue a cornered enemy. Guard the clan, preventing the Sacred Sun clan and others from launching a sneak attack. This old man will go to Yendi's place, first taking care of Yuan Tian and Xi and Dongping before anything else. You all stay here. If something unexpected happens, retreat to the rear mountains converting Lake Peak, joining up with junior apprentice Sister He. Everything can wait until this old man and Yendi have settled things there." Fu Inshu and the others naturally knew that after taking care of Yuan Tian and Xi and Dongping, the Grand Formation and the Clear Chi Robe exerting their power, instantly sweeping away all the small fry. This was the crux of the entire situation. Under Yendi's guidance, Elder Zhang also entered the foreign dimension. There, Yendi already held the absolute upper hand. If not for him wanting to completely leave Yuan Tian and Xi and Dongping behind, he would already have obtained victory at this moment. After arriving, Elder Zhang directly struck out with a palm towards Xi and Dongping. Meanwhile, Yendi began concentrating his strength, fiercely attacking the devil Saint Yuan Tian. The battle was even more one-sided. Yuan Tian's expression was grave, while Xi and Dongping muttered to himself, "Should be here by now." Just at this moment, the Clear Chi Grand Formation abruptly shook, accompanied by the world-illuminating Lord and Lin Tianfeng drawing their bows. 2 anti-suns shot out, merging into the respective formations of the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. 2 majestic forces were emitted from outside the Heaven Domain, shooting towards it. Seemingly formless and intangible, they shook the surrounding space. Like 2 formless, massive, heaven-piercing arrows, their target was Broad Creed Mountain. Coming into contact with the area enveloped by the Clear Chi Grand Formation, these 2 formless forces instantly clashed intensely with the Grand Formation. The massive formation that had originally been concealed within space instantly lit up with a glorious luster, causing intense fluctuations. Under the effect of that strange, tyrannical anti-suns, Broad Creed Mountain's Guardian Grand Formation, the Clear Chi Grand Formation, began to shake intensely like the surface of a lake with rippling waves. At this moment, even the surrounding space seemed to vaguely distort. Within the foreign dimension, a cold light abruptly surged within Yendi's eyes, the runes within his pupils shattering mightily, transforming into flowing light. Within the entire space, a great number of runes surged, chaotic beyond compare. To be continued.